Got your message there. Oh, it looks like, are we up right now? I think we are. Yes, we are. I believe we are up. Okay, very good. Welcome to the, live now. Thanks, Jonathan. Appreciate it. Welcome to the 5+ app here. We've got live continuous coverage at the top of each hour of the upcoming winter storm. You can see it behind me now. Precipitation moving in from the west. Most of this is not making it all the way down to the ground. You can see none of it's in our area quite yet, but we're watching the radar very closely here. I'm going to zoom out so you can see across the region a lot of moisture here, rain for the most part there, mixing in with some sleet and some snow to the north. All this activity will move eastbound and overspread our region over the next 12 hours or so with some heavy snowfall potential in there too. So I'm going to go over the forecast specifics first, and then we'll go into some of your questions here in a moment. And of course, we're going to look at what's going on and what we expect and how that's going to impact your Saturday and your Sunday. It is a weather impact alert day tomorrow, almost today, once we hit midnight. And it's also, of course, on Sunday too. But Sunday is more so for the refreeze potential with this system, not necessarily what's actually going to be happening in the air. Nothing will be falling from the sky on Sunday. Okay, so again, this is a live look right now as of about 11 o'clock now as that moves in from west to east across the area. And again, we'll do these updates every hour. I'm also going to take your questions here in a little bit too. In fact, let's go ahead and pop up that number now for you. If you want to text some of those questions in, I'll address those whenever we can get to it here. I'm going to go over the forecast first and then come back to the text messages and get your updates. And if I don't get them within the time frame of the actual segment here, which will go about 15 or 20 minutes each time, then I'll text you back via our messaging service here. So again, that number is on the bottom of the screen, 314-425-5355. So just shoot us over a text and I'll get back to you as quickly as I can. And I'll try to get to as many questions live here as well. Okay, so that system now is finally beginning to really crank up. We've got moisture coming in from the south, and it's overriding some cool air from the north. That results in the snow, and then the rain, and then the mix line in the middle. As we look closely in on temperatures across our region, that's the key factor here for the immediate short term. Where we're below freezing, of course, better chance for more widespread snow. Most all of us, though, at this point are at or above freezing. And in fact, we're 36 degrees in St. Louis. That's up a couple of degrees from about an hour or so ago. Rolla's at 39 degrees, Sullivan 36 as well, DeSoto 36, Sparta 34. So what's going to happen is as this moisture, I'll go back one here too so you can see it, as that moisture moves into our area, it's very dry air, so it's going to evaporate as it falls, and when that happens, we'll have what we call evaporative cooling, which means that we will actually see the temperatures fall because of that. We have a winter weather advisory stretching across the purple shaded areas here. It includes downtown St. Louis, essentially along I-70, I-64, and then points northward. As we look to the north, though, winter storm warning in effect from Greene County to Montgomery County. That is where the heaviest snowfall is expected, up to 8 inches possible in some of those locations. This is one of our high resolution forecast models. I went ahead and I set this up so this will automatically update with the very latest information. So some of this you and I will be seeing for the first time together. This is actually initializing at 6. I need to change that. I will in a minute. But showing now through 11:30 on Friday, so 11:30 here this evening. So this is obviously not what we're seeing in real time because is showing some of this up here to the northeast. That's not falling. We don't expect to see, well, we won't see that. But as we look out to the west, I showed you that radar image a minute ago. That's where all that precipitation was, and that's what we're seeing on the forecast model. That gives me confidence that this is actually really starting out well and will likely verify. So we'll push us forward now by 2:45. You see that moisture overtaking the region, but many of us are still above freezing. But watch as we move to the overnight hours, those temperatures drop, that snow line moves southward, and we see more widespread snow. This is now through 5:30 in the morning. That snow line is really spreading very far south through our southernmost counties, through Iron County even here as well, Reynolds County too. So again, some of this could be heavier snowfall, some of these darker blue shaded areas. Let's take this full screen for you so you can perhaps see your community at home just a little bit better And there you go, widespread heavier snowfall. The darkest blues are moderate snowfall, perhaps some pockets of heavier snowfall. We can't even rule out there's an opportunity for what we call thunder snow. And I will tell you right now, in meteorological senses, for meteorologists, we get fired up over thunder snow. Thunder snow is exciting stuff. Now, of course, we want everybody to be safe on the roadways, of course. That's the primary goal here. But I will tell you that when there's thunder snow, it means that there's the potential for some heavy snow rates up to 1.5 inches per hour. We expect that to possibly happen in a few of the heaviest bands as this moisture moves and spreads across the region into that cooler air. I'll take that full screen for you again. Again, this is 5:30 in the morning. We're just now starting our day. As we get to 8:45, still more heavy snowfall for a few locations. Most of us just getting light to moderate snow, but those snow totals will begin to add up in the northernmost counties across our area, really where those winter storm warnings were in effect from Greene to Montgomery counties there in Illinois. But the rest of us still getting in on some decent snow. This is now through 8:45, and then as we move this forward, this is really the big question mark that we are trying to determine here, and it's a very hard forecast. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, it's a tough deal to figure out which wins out, the cold air from the north or the warm air pushing in from the south. And the thing is that, you know, I mentioned the fact that we could see some heavier snow at times. We could see some moderate snow at times. When that happens, that means there's a lot of what we call moisture advection. It's moisture riding into the region from the south. And normally that moisture brings in warmer air too. And it doesn't take much when we're only at 31 or 30 or 29 degrees. It doesn't take much for us to get above that freezing mark. So the big question is, where does this transition zone set up to where we're just seeing all snow and where we're getting in that rain? The rain will eat into the snowfall totals quickly. So when you look outside at its peak, we could see 4 inches of snow on the ground. You get a lot of rain on top of that, it's going to look like 2 inches pretty quickly. All right, we'll put that back in motion again now. This is now through 6 o'clock, that warmer air really overriding the entire area. Now actually, this latest forecast model run does have the transition taking place all the way up to where those winter storm warnings are in effect. Earlier, it didn't have it that way. Let's go and check out some of the upper range snow totals. This is the peak amount, and I will say to you here too, this has increased over the past probably 6 hours. But this is what we call, this is from the high resolution rapid refresh model. We look at model data, and it's hard to beat what the forecast models actually show, but what we know from forecast models is that they have their internal biases. This one right here typically is about 20% higher than what we can expect. Let's take that full screen for you again real fast so you can see your individual community. So we can nudge these down, and again, this is still, I'm saying this is the highest part of our range, but you can still take about 20% off of this. So the maximum would probably be right around 4 inches of snow in St. Louis if this performs extremely efficiently. Maybe around 5 inches in St. Charles. Maybe about 3/4 of an inch in Farmington. I know it says 1 inch, I'm taking about 20-25% off of that because I know for a fact that this forecast model typically, really what we say that this one runs wetter than average. Of course, we're talking about snow, but it in this case, but what we mean by that is there's more moisture than reality. Now let's look at a different one. This is going to be from the European forecast model. This one is more accurate than not, and this one shows about 1 3/4 of an inch of snowfall for us here in downtown St. Louis, 2.6 inches up in St. Charles. This is from the noon update. There is an update that comes out right around, and I say noon, it's actually more like 2 o'clock for us. It's a different time zone that these are centralized in. But the 6 p.m. or so update for us is actually showing higher totals from the Euro slightly. I'm just being, you're tuning into the 5 Plus app. This is the extra edition here, so hopefully you enjoy that. This is our actual forecast, and I'm a severe weather guy. When it comes to winter weather, it's tough to forecast. I have never been more confident in this. And a lot of this comes, I mean, Gary came up with these numbers in these locations the other day, like 2 days ago. We've barely adjusted this. We feel very confident with this forecast, even at this point, with little to no change really. 4 to 6 inches of snow to the north in our northernmost counties. That's our bluish shaded areas here. 2 to 4 inches down in the lighter blue And if what we're seeing on some of the data verifies, I would not be surprised if we're closer to 4 here and closer to 6 here. Down to the south, though, it's going to get eroded quickly by the rain, and up to about 2 inches total measurable snowfall. But still, when it rains, it's going to erode very quickly. It'll melt very quickly. And then down to the south, even beyond that, just some snowflakes mixing in early for maybe about an hour or so, and then mostly rain after that. And that's going to take place at around 3 to 4 or 5 a.m., so most of us won't even see that. I do want to make this note, too, before I forget, and while I've still got your attention. The heavy snow, and I've heard a lot of people talk about, well, the ground temperatures are warm. True. They're warmer than what they will be in January. I agree 110%. But the reality is that heavy snow every time, not sometimes, every time. Heavy snow beats warm ground temperatures every time. And so we oftentimes get folks who say, well, the ground's too warm for it to accumulate. That's true. It is too warm for it to accumulate in the very short-term basis. But whenever you get heavy snow, or you get moderate snow even, that beats warm ground temperatures every time. So just because the ground temperature is a little bit warm, don't take that to think that, okay, cool, I've got to be driving tomorrow at 6 a.m., it's not going to be sticking anymore. That's not accurate, because the heavy snow, if we do get heavy snow, does impact that. We do get that sticking fairly easily. Snow-covered roads to the north, again, our northernmost counties, especially on the less driven ones there. Slushy with ice in the middle part of our area. Really I-70 corridor, right around that up through St. Charles County. Then east I-64 across Illinois there too. Slushy down to the south, but improving as it switches over to rainfall. Again, I do want to pop this back up to show you that text line that I will be happy to respond to as many text messages as we can get to while we're still on air here. But these are our numbers, right? Well, that's our overall forecast. Oh, you know what? Let me show you this too. Let's go ahead and pull this up as well. This is a nice little graphic here that kind of demonstrates there's a range of possibilities with this. On the very low end, St. Louis could just get a trace. I highly doubt that's going to happen. That could probably move to 1 inch. Most likely somewhere between 2 and 3 inches. I still expect that to be the case, but closer to 3 inches probably. And then boom, if this thing just really overperforms, as we say, we could see upwards of up to 7 inches, maybe. But it would really have to boom for that to happen. Bowling Green up to 10 inches perhaps. I will say some of the forecast models have that. Litchfield, look at that boom number there, 11 inches. Some of the forecast models have that, but that's still too high in the most likely case. It's most likely going to be between 6 and 8 inches there. I would say probably closer to 8 though. I mean, it's really what I've seen, and again, this is you are the dedicated viewer here on the 5 Plus app, and we are happy that you're here. And so I'm giving you the behind-the-scenes stuff. I have been watching the forecast models every single update, every single what we call ensemble member, and they have trended slightly higher. And I think that's because earlier the temperatures were running a little bit cool compared to what the models had. It's hard to really spend a lot of time going into all of that specifically, but I got a feeling that was probably the case. That was probably really what the changing point was there. We're also seeing that moisture is very efficient, so, or at least it looks like it is developing off to our west. So speaking of that, let's go ahead and pull up the radar. I'm going to go and show that to you. There's your text line. If I go there, yeah, if you look down there, 314-425-5355. It is 11 o'clock. I'm here through 3 a.m.-ish, right around there, giving you updates every hour on the hour. So if you are that bored, stay with me. I'll try to make it somewhat entertaining here. All right, let's go ahead and pull up the text line. Oh, wow, we got a lot of texts. Okay, no way I'm going to be able to get into all of these answers, but I will try to get more texts than I expected. I'll try to get in through as many of these as I can, okay? Do you expect the snow to stick to the roadways and cause slippery conditions? I'm going to say yes. It depends on where you are. In fact, let's go ahead and switch back. I will take us off of the radar here. Nope, wrong computer. Let's go over to this one. Travel impacts. I do think up here to the north, our northernmost counties, there it goes, I think this is the highest likelihood to see snow sticking to the roads. I do expect to see snow sticking to the roads down to the south initially, probably between 5 and 7 a.m.-ish. Again, really depending. I mean, 5 a.m.-ish, closer to 7 a.m., maybe 8 a.m. Initially. And then we get that changeover as we move closer to 9 or 10 a.m. And then we'll see improving conditions when we do get that changeover. The rain really eats into snow and eats into ice very efficiently. So water is actually just a very efficient transport of warm air, of warm temperatures, warmth. So anyways, we'll get some improvement here, slushy but quickly improving down to the south there as well. I will note this: if you're driving in this corridor, in this region, be very careful. I mean, obviously same to the north, that goes without saying, but just be careful. I mean, the reality is it's the busiest travel weekend of the year. I think I've said that 100 times over the past 48 hours. But the situation is we've got a lot of people who are here on vacation. A lot of people drove up with their families, especially younger families from wherever, from the southeast, from Texas, I mean, from all over the country. So you got people who are driving through who may not be used to dealing with the potential for ice and snow. So we want to be very aware of that because they can have some issues with that on the roads for sure. And we've all seen some of the drivers here too who have some issues on a dry day. So be careful out there. Okay, let's go ahead and jump over to, so good question there. Do I expect it to stick? I do know that obviously all of our local crews here are working hard to keep the roads as safe as possible. Montgomery City, and why is it always gray out on the map? Okay, so the gray, I'll get your snowfall total here in Montgomery City, Missouri. The gray, the reason we like to do that, is because the other alternative, let's go back to, and this is a question that I've had from a few viewers. So if you look at the gray here on the map, the reason we do that is because look at how easy it is to spot the green. And you know, a lot of folks are watching us from their phones, and so we really want to make it very obvious whenever we have the green or the blues. And of course the reds pop out easily. But we try to differentiate between the surface. It's not, obviously it doesn't look like your map on your Google map, on Google, but if this was all green like a satellite view, it'd be hard to see the rain sometimes. So that's why we want to make it as easy as possible. Hopefully that answers your question. All right, Montgomery City, Missouri. Let me pull that up real fast. I just want to confirm. I think I'm almost certain I know where it is, but I just want to be 100% certain. Montgomery City, Missouri. Okay. Yeah, that's why I wanted to check that, because that's a little bit out of our, not actually in our market. I'd have to double check that area. That's going to be, I'd say between 1 to 3 inches of snow, Montgomery City, Missouri, 1 to 3 inches of snow. It's a little bit outside of our market area. Okay. Ooh. Okay, planning on driving from Oklahoma City to Chicago tomorrow, Saturday, 11/29. What are the conditions going to be? Not ideal. And would it be better to wait till Sunday? I personally, I would for sure. Chicago's looking up to a foot of snow out of this. And I would not want to be driving. They do a great job. I mean, really, Illinois does a phenomenal job clearing the roadways, and our crews do a very good job too. But towards Chicago, they're talking 8 to 12 inches of snow. That would be tough at times. If you're driving through that when it's heaviest in the morning hours, it's going to be difficult conditions. And then even then, once the snow ends, there's still going to be obviously snow on the ground. So be prepared for a very long trip through that corridor, especially getting closer to Chicago. Really, once you get north of St. Louis, then that's going to be a tough trip. So be very careful. Personally, because it's not necessarily that we're worried about how we drive. I'm more concerned about the guy who's driving down the road acting like it's sunny and 70 and there's snow all over the place. And we've all seen that, especially around here sometimes. So again, just be very careful. It's always safer to wait until the crews have had an opportunity to clear out the roads, and they'll certainly have that. It's not going to get above freezing on Sunday. That's why we're worried about that refreeze potential. But it will be windy. That will help evaporate some of the moisture that's left over, but there will easily be slick spots both days. If I were taking that route, I would wait till Sunday. Do I think that the schools in our region will be canceled on Monday? It's certainly possible. I don't think so. If you're asking because you have a quiz on Monday, then the answer is no. Schools are absolutely in session. So study, 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 study. The likelihood of our schools being canceled on Monday, I think, are pretty low. I'm more worried about the temperatures overnight, Sunday night and Monday, impacting the school buses rather. That could cause a delay. I don't see a real opportunity for them to be closed. I will say, and we'll move back down to this, and again, I'm going to be fully transparent with you because, again, you're our dedicated viewer on the 5 Plus app. That means that you are all bought in on the weather and on our forecast here. Okay, so see that? Isolated snow, 30%. We had that 20% earlier, snow flurries. I moved it up to snow showers. Some of the forecast models continue to indicate a better chance for up to ½ inch of snow on Monday, and I will be, again, fully transparent with you. I have spent about maybe 20 minutes looking into Monday. I have spent, I don't know how many hours looking into Saturday and on Sunday. So our primary focus is, we always think in terms of WIN, what's important now. And so really what's important to the viewers right now and what's important to you folks, to everybody at home, is the busiest travel weekend of the year and how we're going to be impacted by this first storm. So Monday, I'd be surprised, but the forecast is trending up for snow potential on Monday as well. Okay, Chesterfield to Lindbergh. Show Upper Michigan. You want to see Michigan? I'll do that really fast because that's easy. I'm going to come up to Michigan. Michigan's got lake effect snow, okay? So this is really cool. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back, I promise. Give me 1 minute, okay? So what's happening here is you've got the lakes here, obviously. And if you're familiar with this, I'm sorry, but I'll go fast. So you've got the lakes here. The temperature of the water inside the lake is warmer than the air above it. And so it results in very effective evaporation. So the moisture coming out of the lake is very efficient to getting up into the clouds. And what happens is because, of course, because it's warm water. Think about boiling water, how much steam comes out of it, right? Obviously, it's not boiling, but it's still warmer compared to the air. So the air grabs a lot of moisture out of the lake. And so you've got the wind coming across it, and it pulls that moisture out of the lake, and then it goes over a cooler surface here, and then boom, you get snow. So they're getting some heavy snow up in upper Michigan there and into Canada as well. Saginaw's even got some snow down there. That's not lake effect, but you can see lake effect snow here up in upper Michigan. Okay, that was a question we got. That's why I did that. All right, we're coming back. I can guarantee folks are like, why are we talking about Michigan? And I understand, but it was fun, right? Hopefully it was. Okay, there we go. So we're starting to get this a little bit closer to us now over towards Columbia. I'm going to check the reports. I want to see if we've got anybody that's reporting it. Godfrey, Illinois. What's your best guess for accumulation? It's not a guess. I know exactly what's going to happen. We're trying. All right, Godfrey, Illinois. Okay. All right, let's jump over there. All right. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that was not a good sound for you to hear probably. All right, so you're looking at 4 to 6 inches. I would not be surprised if y'all push upwards of 8 to 10. Again, that's for Godfrey, Illinois. That's north, right in here. So, yeah, so 4 to 6 inches. Wouldn't be surprised to see 8 to 10. Probably closer to 4 to 6, though. So the 8 to 10 is an outlier, that's for sure. And will the roads be sticking to the ground? Yes. Yes. Yeah, so somebody asked, the I-70 corridor looks sketchy, but also uncertain. I agree, 100%. Definitely looks sketchy. What's the earliest time that you would think would be the best to make the decision to travel in the morning? Well, it really depends on where you are along I-70. I'm assuming on the Missouri side. Verify that for me if you can, if you're listening to me right now. Let's run back over to the forecast model here because it's updating with the most recent data, and I feel pretty confident with that. I mean, if you're trying to drive in the morning along I-70, this is 3:15. I'm assuming at 11:25 you're not thinking about, am I going to leave in 4 hours? So you're probably thinking the late morning hours, 6 or 7 or 8 a.m. Well, that's not late morning, but still morning. It's later than now. All right, so this is about 8:15 right now, and again, I-70. So the snow is probably on the ground. Well, it is on the ground at this point, but you can see that transition zone here catching up to that snowfall and eating into it. So we'll see that begin to transition back over to liquid here as we move this forward. I mean, honestly, I just, if you, okay, from Columbia to St. Charles. You're basically driving through it in the morning. I mean, if you can wait, so for the person who's asking about the I-70 corridor there from Columbia to St. Charles, if you can wait, because you're honestly going to be driving through it, if you can wait until the afternoon, I would do that. Check in the morning. We'll be here keeping you updated, and we'll obviously be checking the road conditions too. I do think, like if I move this forward here, this is now through 1 o'clock. The freezing line, according to this forecast model, is far north now. In fact, it's really just in Illinois. And so that's really the route that is being discussed. And now you're above freezing, and the rain will help. The rain will help the roads. So that'll help break apart some of that snow and that ice. And it will also help the plows to actually operate on that too. It kind of breaks it up so the plows way more easily push away any of that. So I would wait, if you can, wait till the afternoon hours. In terms of actually making a decision on driving in the morning, you can check back in with us around 5, 6 a.m. But that should give you a really good picture. And Gary will be in giving you an update. And Tracy will be on the roads too, actually, tomorrow, tracking all this moving through. So check in with us, of course, will give you a good idea there too. Thanks for all the updates. When do they start treating the roads in St. Charles? I imagine they've already started. I will say that when I was walking into the station here, of course, we're in downtown St. Louis, but when I was walking to the station, when did I come in today? About noon? About 1? They were already treating the roads downtown today, so I'm assuming that St. Charles, they want to get that down first because that little liquid treatment, the brine that they put out there, it's a very small thing, but it's just liquid, and it really, it's not, the purpose of that is not to melt the snow as it hits the ground. The purpose of it is to separate the snow, because whenever you don't have anything down and it's left completely untreated, the ice connects to the surface of the street very efficiently, and those plows have a very hard time pushing that away if it's connected to the surface of the road there. And so if there's a little bit of brine on there, it actually keeps it from really getting fully connected for the most part, unless it's extremely cold. And so whenever the plow comes by on an untreated road, it still basically leaves a layer of ice at times. Whenever the road's been treated like our folks do so well with, then it allows that separation, so the plow is way more efficient at pushing the snow and ice away. So just, that's another little tidbit there. Again, hopefully some of this is at least some interesting stuff. Granite City, Illinois, when do you think snow totals, what do I think snow totals will be in Granite City, Illinois? I'd say 1 to 3 inches, 1 to 3 inches. Probably closer to 1 to 2 for Granite City, but 1 to 3 inches total there. All right, folks, I know that you've put a question in, and you were like, why is this guy not answering me? I promise you I'm trying to get to it. Troy, Missouri, we're looking at somewhere between probably 2 and 4 inches of snow. If it really booms there, then maybe closer to 4 inches of snow, but that's what we're looking at right now. And we're at 11:30 right now, so we're about to go back into a break. It's going to show the radar and everything here in a minute. I'm going to get back on the text. I see a lot of texts that have come through I've not been able to really get to, and I have them marked that I haven't gotten to yet. So give me a little bit of time. There's a lot of questions, and I'll reply to everybody on here. It might be another 15, 20 minutes or so. I'm going to have another update here at midnight as well. I'm going to put this on the loop so you'll be able to see kind of what the radar looks like if you want to have it in the background. I will be back up here at midnight giving you another update on what we're seeing with radar and everything else. So it's going to pop over. It's going to say 5+ weather update, and then it will switch over to the looping radar and our forecast information. So again, give me a little time and it'll come back up, or I'll be back up right at midnight, and then I'll give you additional updates then. So again, thank you for joining us here. This has been a weather update here on the 5+ app, and of course on our YouTube and Facebook pages. Again, we'll be back at midnight. I'll probably pop back on just at 11:50 just to say, hey, we got 10 minutes. And then, I mean, I know that people are not going to be sitting there watching. It's not that entertaining. I'm not that entertaining. But hopefully it's at least somewhat interesting. And it means a lot to us that you're taking the time to watch with us here on this Friday night. Hopefully you had a great Thanksgiving. Maybe you got some great deals there as well. That's always a good thing. And so again, we'll go ahead and switch this over. And matter of fact, it's going to do it right now. So again, we'll join you back. Hopefully you'll be back around. We can see you again in about 30 minutes or so. All right, guys, y'all be safe out there, okay? right, happy Friday evening, everybody. Time right now is 11:53. We're going to start our next update right at midnight, so about 7 minutes out. Just want to give you a heads up. right, folks, let's go ahead and get this started back up. Happy Saturday morning to you. That's going to change in a second. We'll let that get switched over. There it goes. All right, we got some more snow starting to move in from the west. Most of this is not making it all the way down to the ground. Make sure that we're up. Yes, we are. Okay, good. And so this is what we're monitoring. This is the first start of the winter storm that's going to impact our region over the next 12 to 24 hours. By this time tomorrow night, this will be over with. We'll just be continuing with some ice and snow on some area roads, especially to the north. I'm going to go ahead and show you I'm going to pull up the, switch this over here. There we go. Now let's hit change there. Okay, so what you see below is the text line. If you have any questions you want to get answered, I'd love to answer them for you to the best of my ability at this hour. Again, it's midnight right now. We're giving you a quick update on the forecast itself, what we're seeing on radar, what we're getting reports of. I know Columbia, Missouri, right over here, in the past 20 minutes or so, all of that is reaching down to the ground right now. They're reporting mixed precipitation, so rain, sleet, and snow at this point. And so that's what they're seeing right now. So everything really east of that is actually evaporating through the air before it reaches all the way down to the ground. I had my headphones still on. Let me go and take those off. Okay, so I got to listen to some music, right? Keep everything going. I got to go till 3 a.m., so we got to keep energy going. And at this point, you can't drink caffeine because then I won't be able to go to sleep at 4. So water it is. But yeah, so I had to listen to something to keep me going. Okay, but this is good enough. I'll take some snow. Let's go ahead and zoom back out. You can see a lot more moisture really filling in. This system really cranked up over the past 4 or 5 hours. It was really nothing whenever it was a couple states over. Now that it's closing into Missouri, now we're starting to see some of the heavier precipitation falling, moisture surging from the south, meeting up with cold air from the northwest. So the way this is going to work, again, if you have any questions, text them to that line down there, that number at the bottom of the screen, and I'll do my best to get those answered for you. But the way this is going to work, I'm going to run through the forecast, well, what we're seeing right now, then through the forecast, and then I'm going to come back to your questions. So go and get those lined up. If I can get to all of them while we're in our segment, we're going to go for about 20 minutes or so. If I can get to all of them, then we'll provide you your answers for that, to the questions that you got. And then if I can't get to all of them within the next 20 minutes while we're live, then I'll jump over. I'll just text you back. We have that ability to do that. So, all right, let's go ahead and switch over to temperatures. The most important part to snow, well, you got to have liquid. You got to have moisture. We have that. I just showed you that. It's off to our west. Temperatures, though, it's obviously got to be cool enough for snow. And right now, that's not necessarily the case. But we checked out this map earlier, and these were a good 1, 2, 3 degrees warmer across the area. Now we're down to the mid-30s for many locations. St. Louis, we're 35 degrees. St. Charles, 34. DeSoto, 36. So the cooler that it gets, of course, the better the probability of more impactful snow, more widespread snow, and perhaps even some heavier snow, too, at times. And as that moisture moves in from the west, the air will actually cool because, 1, there's ice falling through it, but 2, more important than that, it's what we call evaporative cooling. And so what happens is that as that moisture falls through the air, whether it's ice, snow or rain, it evaporates. When it changes over from that liquid or solid, if it's snow, and it evaporates into water vapor, that phase change actually gets rid of heat energy. It costs energy. So therefore, the temperatures then go down a little bit. There you go. If you're ever on Jeopardy, what is evaporative cooling? That's the answer if they tell you how does the temperature drop in rain or snow. Okay. So, or the temperature, I don't know how, I don't watch Jeopardy that often. All right, down to the south, that's our winter weather advisory right now in the purple shaded areas. I say down to the south. If you're in St. Louis, well, that's where you are. Then that's not down to the south. You're under winter weather advisory up to O'Fallon, Troy, Bowling Green, winter weather advisory. 2 to 4 inches of snow here most likely. To the north, though, upwards of 4 to 6, could see perhaps even 8 inches of snow in a few locations where the heaviest snow comes down, especially if they get any of those big heavier bands that move through those areas. Again, those are winter storm warnings up here from Greene County to Montgomery County, and those are in effect for the next, for really through tomorrow. Okay, so I need to change that. I did not change that earlier. Wait, why is it not showing any data at all? Okay. All right, well, bear with me just for half a second. I think it's because I have the time incorrect. That's exactly what it is. Let's go with, no, let's change that to right now. Sorry, give me 1 second. I promise you it will be updated here appropriately. All right, let's go to 7 o'clock tomorrow. There we go. All right. Ooh, okay. That's pretty well in line with what I was thinking earlier. I set this up so that this is the latest data that's coming in, okay? This is by far the latest data. This is what we call it's the HRRR, High Resolution Rapid Refresh Model. It looks at what's happening on radar and surface observations for temperatures and really does a quick job with turning that data into the forecast for the next 12 hours or so, okay? So let's look at this closely. And you can tell now this is starting at midnight, and that's a little bit too far east in terms of the light rain because we looked at radar a moment ago. Remember when we saw that rain and snow beginning to push into our westernmost counties? This is a little bit too far east, so it's initialized a little bit off, but not by much. The reason I say this is because we can have confidence, because that is accurate, that we can have confidence that this is actually going to be a pretty good forecast model update. So this is now, right now, midnight. We're going to move this forward now. This is now 2:45. And what's happening is the air is cooling as that liquid is evaporating through it. This is likely now hitting the ground. This is 2:45. In fact, that's kind of heavy, so that's probably all hitting the ground. That's obviously your snow right there. That's rain in the green. The blues are the snows. This is likely not hitting the ground yet, by the way. But that will help to cool the atmosphere in advance of that heavier precipitation from the west. We've got warm, moist air moving in from the south, and then, of course, meeting that cooler air up to the north. I didn't switch it over. Hold up. It's my bad. We're one band show here tonight. One-man show tonight. So I have to look at that and do this. So anyways, back over here. My apologies about that. This area here will be reaching down to the ground. That's just rain out in front, cooling the atmosphere. But as we move through the overnight hours, now this is 5:30 in the morning, widespread snow reaching as far south as Iron County here, and really some heavier snow possible within that main band. If I back this up a little bit, you're familiar with this. Remember how whenever it's yellow and red, you can see that right here, okay? That's heavy precipitation. So that's heavy rain right there. But as we move this forward, that area of heavy rain then moves into the freezing air. So that's more like moderate snowfall probably. Once it moves into this region, it can stay snow all the way down to the ground. Again, this is through 6:15 in the morning. And now let's move this up a little bit further now. And we'll stop it at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. still getting some snow here in St. Louis. The big question, the big topic of debate for how much snow we're going to get is going to be how long we keep the freezing temperatures and where this dividing line really sets up. Does the warm air win out and we quickly change over to rain? Or does the cold air hold in place and we actually stay in snow for the majority of this event? This is through 9 a.m. And again, some moderate snow, lighter snow here as I move this forward now. And we'll reach into 12:15. So 12:15, this forecast model update still has that freezing line right there. I think it's a little bit aggressive. It's probably a little bit further to the north up towards Alton, but still some heavier snow possible, moderate snow. I say heavy snow, moderate snow for our northernmost counties at this point now, 12:15. Look at the heavy precipitation, heavy rain out to the west there, moving in some moderate rain here across our central counties. There, Reynolds, Iron, and then we'll move it forward. And now by 2:15, we start to see the cold air really begin to push out, and the warm air is really at this point winning, and it's taking over the air mass, so more rain than snow for sure at this point. By 7 o'clock, this system, for the most part, is out of here, but we should have gotten a few inches of snow, especially to the north. Okay, let's look at those snowfall totals real fast. This is going to be the higher range data. Why is it doing this? It did this again. Is it because I have the timing adjusted on here? Oh, it is because I have the timing adjusted on here. Let's go to today and let's go to current time. Again, my apologies. Thank you for bearing with me. All of this is changing quickly. Because we hit midnight, actually. That's the exact reason why this failed here for me. Okay, so you can see, again, these are the higher range totals. These are if this really, really performs well, in terms of snowfall if you're looking for snowfall. I'll take that full screen so you can see it a little bit easier. No, that's the wrong button. Let's go to this guy right here. Now let's show it. Okay, so now you can see, hopefully you see your community a little better. Obviously, heavier snowfall to the north, but I want to say this about this particular forecast model. This particular forecast model, what this data is coming from, really means it really is normally wetter than normal. It's normally wetter than what actually happens. So in this instance, this is showing higher snowfall totals. For this particular model, I take about 20% off of that. So St. Louis capping at about 4 inches of snow, St. Charles capping at about 5 inches of snow, Farmington capping at about 3/4 of an inch of snow. And so just keep that in mind there. Sullivan about 2.5 inches of snow. So again, you want to take maybe 2 1/4 inches of snow, but you want to take that into account. This is a upper range, but still the cap is about 4 inches here. This is a forecast model that is notorious for, I did it again, I forgot to change it over. But this is a forecast model that's notorious for being too high. But I did want to show you the upper bounds of this. Now let's look at the lower bounds. If this thing does not perform well, of course it's got the wrong start time on the data. All right, this will not be an issue during the 1 a.m. update, although I'm sure if you're catching this right now, you're probably not going to hang around to the 1. All right, let's go to this, current time today, and then this should automatically adjust. There it goes. Okay, very good. All right, so you can see it there now on your screen. Upwards of about, I got to look back here, about 1 3/4 of an inch of snow for us here in downtown. St. Louis, about 2.5 inches for the lower bound. So for the, if this, I wouldn't say bus at this point, bus would be even lower than this, but this is what one of the least aggressive forecast models has us at. Now let's show you our actual forecast. 4 to 6 inches of snow to the north in the blue shaded area. There we go. Ayo, I got one that actually works this time. There we go. Okay, so 4 to 6 inches of snow to the north. Let's go and get you switched over here so you can see what I'm pointing at. But 4 to 6 inches of snow to the north. And I do think that the upper bound on this is probably decently likely at this point, up to 6 inches of snow here, up to 4 inches of snow along I-70 in Missouri, I-64 in Illinois. But again, you know, you get the rain on top of this. And so what starts out as 4 inches of snow, you get rain on top of it, it goes down to 2 inches very quickly. And that's good news for our area roads, especially on this busy travel weekend that we have and we're looking forward to. Okay, I've got a number of questions. Oh, that was nice. Thank you. Yeah, no, I enjoy doing these. These are fun. I hope that this is good value to you. I'm trying to make them somewhat entertaining. I know this is not the most entertaining thing in the world, but yeah, hopefully it's something that you enjoy. And we really do appreciate, like it seriously means a lot that you tune in and you check out what's going on. We do the best we can with this stuff. Winter weather is not easy to forecast. I'll be honest with you, I'm a severe weather guy. That's what I do, and so it's easier for me to forecast severe weather potential, tornadoes, supercells, hail, all of that. Winter weather is very difficult. You got 19 different things going on at once, and all of them play a role. But again, thank you for whoever sent that in, saying thanks for doing this. Really appreciate it. All right, so do you think that I'm in the wrong box. Let me go back to the first question here. What do you think the odds of remote learning or school cancellations are in northern Montgomery County? I'm assuming Monday, because obviously Sunday they're not in school. So Monday, I think the odds are pretty low, area-wide. Montgomery County, though, they're in for the most snow. Probably, if anywhere is going to be canceled or remote learning, probably Montgomery County. But if you're asking again, if you're asking because you have a quiz on Monday and you got to be there in person to take it, or however you do it, then yes, school is going to happen on Monday. Study, study, study all weekend long. Football can wait. Well, you can study and do football at the same time. That's how I did it, at least. Okay, so what do you think of remote learning? I think it's if it's going to happen, these would be the northernmost counties that would be most likely for that. So from Calhoun, really northeast Calhoun, well, northern Calhoun, eastbound in through Montgomery County there would be the most likely counties there, maybe northern Jersey County too. They're not in that winter storm warning right now. Some of those could be upgraded, but we'll see how this plays out. Okay, Carlinville Illinois. Let me make sure that I have the right location for that. Yeah, I'd say 2 to 4 inches most likely for Carlinville. I apologize. It's my fault. Carlinville, obviously it's my fault, but it's my bad. I read that wrong. But yeah, 2 to 4 inches most likely there. I do think more closer to that higher bound of 4 inches is definitely a realistic possibility. Okay, did I miss anybody? There's a few folks texting in saying thank you, and I'm telling you, it means a lot to me to get those, and all of us, our whole team. This is why we do this. There's a lot of work to do with each one of these events. So again, I said we're going to wrap this up about 15, 20 minutes or so. We're within that range. Let me see. I'm going to double check on Facebook here really fast to see if we got any other questions that have not been. Oh, it looks like the Facebook feed. Okay, no, the Facebook feed is up. Why is it not letting me? Facebook. Why is it not letting me view the comments here? Okay, well, at least it says I am live. Okay, so O'Fallon. All right. So O'Fallon is looking more like 2 to 4 inches. Sharon asked about that. Brittany asked, can't sleep, worried about the drive on the main roads from O'Fallon to St. Peter's around 7 a.m. Yeah, honestly, I mean, that's tough. You got to get your sleep, though, which I know is not, that's a lot easier for me to say, not being in the car, driving from O'Fallon to St. Peter's in the morning. But, I mean, honestly, that's about the least, I mean, just being straight up with you, that's about the least ideal time to be on the roads tomorrow morning is between 5 a.m. and 7 a.m. Conditions will improve later in a couple of hours after that. So be very careful. Be very careful. What do you think about Monday system? So Amanda asked about Monday system. Monday system right now, I'll be honest with you, I have no idea how many hours at this point focused on this upcoming weekend system, the one that's now beginning in our region right now. And the one on Monday, the European forecast model has us getting between 1/4 of an inch and 1/2 an inch of snow at the airport. I have not done enough analysis to really give you a fully a well thought out thought on that. And I will say that I put us to 30%. I increased that to 30%. I got a feeling that's probably going to go up to 40% on Monday, so scattered snow showers. And again, you know, one of the things with snowfall, and this is why it's so difficult, is that you don't want to say low impact or no impact, even when it's 1/2 an inch of snow, because that can cause issues on roads very quickly, especially if the roads are right slightly above freezing, really, because then the snow immediately melts and then it freezes if there's enough heavier snow, and then you got widespread issues there quickly. So I don't ever like saying that there's no issues on roads on especially with this one on Monday. Something we'll keep a watch on. I will spend some more time on that, and we'll get you an update there. O'Fallon, again, I have mentioned that one, 2 to 4, right around there. Thank you for the live coverage. Litchfield looked like for the upper totals. Todd, give me 1 second there, bud. Let me pull this up. And I've also got to check with our colleagues at the National Weather Service, because I noticed that there was a new update that and these guys, I'm telling you, they do an unbelievable job. The National Weather Service, I worked with a station in Raleigh, North Carolina, before coming here, and we had, where did it go? Okay, Carlinville. I thought I already, well, I did answer that on somebody else's earlier, but that's okay. Let's jump back over here real fast. Oh, wait. How was Facebook? It's after 12. I can't drink any more coffee. So give me a second here. I apologize. Litchfield, Todd, I'm sorry. Don't change from us. Let me pull this up real fast, my man. Okay. Yeah, Litchfield, it's going to be up right there. Okay. I mean, I'd say 8 inches of snow for Litchfield. is the upper bound. That was the question, by the way. I should have asked the question. So the question is, thanks for live coverage. What does Litchfield, Illinois look like for the upper total? So I would say the upper totals would say about 8 inches there. That's the upper totals. That's the upper totals. I'd say most likely between 4 and 6. So keep that in mind there too. It's starting to, we're starting to get it moving in. Here, let's check and see our reports. I want to see if we've got anything on the ground right now. Switch back over here. Okay, now none of this is being reported as hitting the ground quite yet. All of this back behind it is like right behind it is reporting hitting the ground. What's happening is that this is moving into very dry air at the surface. So it's very dry, low at the surface, and then higher up, that's where the moisture is. So as the moisture falls to that dry air, it actually evaporates, and that's why it doesn't hit all the way down to the ground, because it's just like a sponge. It soaks it up. But when it does that, though, it actually cools off the air at the surface. So we'll continue to see those temperatures drop. Hopefully this is actually going to show that. If you look, so if you look, see it's a little bit lighter blues in here, and that's because the temperatures have dropped a little bit there. And really, we've seen some of that in our area too, just from the overnight. We're down to 35 now in St. Louis. We were at 36 or so, maybe even 37 about an hour ago. Okay, so so Brittany says that, apparently my work colleague says that we were getting 2 inches with rain, and depending on where you're at, and I'll be honest with you, I've heard some estimates from some folks that are not here with us that are a little bit low. But the problem is that if you get 2 inches with rain, then that, while you still get 2 inches of snow, the rain on top of it melts it very quickly and helps to eliminate that the snowfall totals very quickly there too. I'm going to pull this back up really quickly, and then I'm going to jump off of, well, we're going to stay on Facebook, but let's see here. Yeah, so Washington, somewhere between 1 and 3 inches of snow is what we're looking like right now for Washington. It's going to be in Franklin County. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the nice comments. Thank you for those who are sending those in. It really does mean a lot to me, honestly. We put a lot of work and a lot of effort to watch every single forecast model update, then check all the initial conditions, then check the satellite data, and then compare it to everything else. It takes a lot of work, and we love to see whenever it works out well, but we love most whenever we're able to inform you guys, because now you can make informed decisions on your schedule, on your plans, on your travel plans, and hopefully stay as safe as possible. So, and then one of our viewers texted and saying that they love the snow and that hopes that their son is able to wake up there in Union and see some snow out there. So I hope so too. I'm pulling for you. I like the snow too. I'll be honest with you. I like the snow when it's on the ground and I'm not forecasting it anymore. It is a lot of data to continuously look over. One last thing before we leave. Time right now is 12:23. I went a little bit over what I was anticipating doing, but I want to show you this. Let's see if I can do this. Let's try this. This is the behind-the-scenes extended coverage here, okay? Actually, let's move away from that. Let's go to this one right here. Yeah, somebody texted in and said, I don't like when people say 2 to 10 inches of snow instead of a most likely number. Okay. As a joke, and again, this is behind-the-scene coverage here. You're on the 5+ app right now. You're our most dedicated viewers, and we're happy that you're here. So what I like to tell, when people ask, because every once in a while I'll get somebody on the, who I don't know sometimes, and, somebody on the street, grocery store, whomever, which is awesome. I love talking with folks. You can probably tell that already. But they'll ask, they'll be like, hey, next Tuesday or next 13 days from now, are we going to get snow? And I'll say, well, I was looking at the data. And somewhere between a trace amount of snow and about 3 feet of snow, it's possible. It's possible. And I just leave it at that. That's kind of my joke there. That probably wasn't that funny, but I enjoy it. So, Yeah. Okay, let's check on, I want to show you this. Let me pull this. Bear with me for 30 seconds. I want to show you this. Okay, I want to take away those numbers because those numbers are not what I'm trying to show you. Okay, so I'm taking the numbers away for a reason, okay? All right, let me come back down here to this. Okay, why is it not showing any snow? Maybe I'm not going to be able to do it. Oh, there it goes. Okay, all right. This is the latest forecast model update, the latest one. Now, these totals up here are 5, 6, 7 inches, okay? Well, probably 4 to, in this model is probably 5, 6, 7 inches, okay? All right, this is the latest run that just happened in the last 20 minutes. It came in about 20 minutes ago, okay? Now, what I'm going to do is back this up. Let me see. We can go to the 18Z yesterday. This is going to be the 6 o'clock from yesterday, okay? Give it a second. This will be worth it, I promise. There's a reason why I'm doing this. Give it a second. It's loading the data. There is a reason. Maybe it's loading the data. Is it not going to load it? Here, let's try this one. Okay, this is the latest here, okay? This is the latest one. You can see the darker blues right in here, but it's still fairly dark blue down here, okay? Now, it's not pulling up the old data. I'm not sure why that is. Okay, all right. So this, now, I wish I could go immediately back and forth. In fact, I can. Okay. All right, here we go. Okay, if you're bearing with me here, I appreciate it. All right, now watch this map. In fact, let's go and take it full, okay? All right, let's go back to this guy, and let's fade it in. Okay, all right, now you see those really dark blues up to the north. This is the latest forecast model run right here. Now, see how far south they go. They really come down to about St. Louis, these darker blues. This is the latest update, okay? Now, we're going to go back to the one that happened yesterday about 6 o'clock. And you can see how much lighter that is and how the darker blues are really relegated to the north. That's the latest. That's the last one. That's the latest. That's yesterday, 6 o'clock. So the reason I'm bringing that up is because this demonstrates yesterday's, today's, heavier snow totals somewhat by about an inch, maybe 2 inches more than what the data was showing yesterday. So I don't know if that was worth it for you. I'm sorry, I know that went through a lot right there. But what I'm saying is that the forecast trend in the data is to show a little bit heavier snowfall, a little bit. I mean, we're not talking much, 1, maybe 2 inches maximum, but still, when you go from 4 inches to 6 inches of snow, it's a pretty big difference. From 2 inches to 4 inches is a big difference there too. So certainly when you talk about the roadways, that's a big difference. Okay, it is now 12:30. I'm now 10 minutes over what I was supposed to. So again, thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. And if you got to be out on the roads tomorrow, be very safe. The worst times to be traveling will be during the morning hours as the system's moving through, primarily earlier than 10 a.m. So if you can hold out, let the system get out of here by about 4 or 5 o'clock, and let the rain disrupt some of that ice that's on the roads and some of that snow. That would probably be for the best. So again, we're going to have another update. I'll have another one coming up at 1 a.m., and I'll give you the latest information then and what we're seeing on radar. By then, I expect to see snow in our region. Some reports of snow. We won't have any pictures of it, I doubt, but who knows, we might. We've got some great weather watchers who tune into this all the time, and oftentimes they'll get it to us pretty quickly. So I'm going to put this back on our looping here so we can, you'll be able to see some forecast graphics. Again, I'll be back with you at 1. And again, we appreciate you being here, appreciate you taking the time to watch this with us here. And we'll keep you advised. We've got these updates coming for you through at least 3 a.m. and probably after that, but then we've got our morning shows tomorrow morning as well. But I'm going to go ahead and turn this back to the graphics, and I'm going to take a little bit of break. I'll get back to your text if I have not replied to you. Your reply is coming in the next 10 minutes. Thanks again for tuning in. this not? There we go. All right, folks. Give me 1 second. I'm loading up the next graphic for us right now. We're going to start up our 1 a.m. update. The winter storm slowly beginning to move in from the west. Starting to see some reports of some snowfall out west of us, some mixed precipitation there too. That graphic's going to change in just one quick moment. There it is. Okay, so the radar showing some of that snowfall moving in from the west in advance of, again, our big winter storm. We've been talking about this since really Sunday night, honestly. Sunday night was the first time we really ramped up the snowfall totals for us here and put that into the forecast. We issued the alert day on Monday for tomorrow, and you can see now some more precipitation at this point moving in from the west down towards Rolla, northeast of town there, over in Phelps County, a little bit, maybe getting down to the ground. In fact, I'm going to check and see if we've got any updates from the National Weather Service here real fast to see if we've got anything new coming in. Yeah, it looks like they're saying here mix of rain, sleet, and snow. And that's really what this is. It's showing up all blue right now. It's kind of overdoing that for snowfall at this hour. So we're going to go over what we're seeing right now. And, of course, I'm talking about that as we're starting this out. And then we'll go over the forecast, kind of some of the changes we've been seeing. This is extended coverage. We're here on the 5 Plus app. I'm happy that you're here. And we'll go in detail on kind of what we're talking about. I'm also going to, let's go ahead and pop this up now before we get too far into this, because I want you to see the text line. See that text line right down there? Am I looking the right direction? There. No, other side. Yeah, there we go. Okay. This is a one-man show right now. I control all of this. So down there, that's where that text line is, 314-425-5355. Again, we are happy that you're here, and I see the comments coming in on Facebook and on YouTube. So I'll get to as many as I can. We're going to go for about 20 minutes now. We'll go through 120, and then I'm going to turn it back over to that loop where you were seeing some of the forecast data, and then I'll rejoin you again, once again at 2 o'clock. So hourly updates as the winter storm moves into the region. Okay, let's get done talking about that. Let's go ahead and zoom back out. Lots of moisture. We've got moisture riding in from the south, cold air in place from the north. That means snow potential for our region here. Of course, that's why we're in that weather impact alert. If you're tuning in, you already probably know the forecast. So I'll go through this pretty quickly, and we'll get on to the changes with what we're seeing right now. We're up to 36, so actually warmed up a little bit. That's because of that moisture now riding in from the south, bringing some of the warmer temperatures here as well. It's 37 over in Sullivan, 37 in DeSoto. Let's go ahead and get you to the latest watches and, well, no longer watches, warnings and advisories from the National Weather Service here in St. Louis. Winter storm warnings in effect for a northern tier of counties. This is where the heaviest snow, I did it again. Let's switch it back over. There we go. All right, this is where the heaviest snow is happening from Greene County over to Montgomery County. The pink shaded areas, winter storm warnings in effect here. Winter weather advisories in the purple shaded areas. You go over towards O'Fallon, Troy, of course downtown here as well. Basically I-70 corridor points northward, I-64 points northward here on the Illinois side. All right, let's go ahead and move on to, okay, this is the high resolution rapid refresh model, yet another update. So we're going to watch this together for the first time in real time. It's been doing a couple of things here. One, it's been moving the snow line a little bit further south, and it's also picking up on the fact that there's more moisture in the atmosphere than perhaps which was originally expected. Then I'm going to get to snowfall totals, okay? So I know that's what you're tuning in for, the snowfall totals. Just give me a minute here. We'll get to that in a second. Obviously, none of this is happening, okay? Now, granted, it's now 2:45, but the bulk of the moisture here, this will be happening with some snowfall as far down south as Iron County there. Washington there in Franklin County, probably picking up on some moderate snow as well, and maybe some mixing of that precipitation back down to the southwest too. So we're seeing the cooler air, colder air that is really, to the north, and then the warmer air moving in from the south. So we're going to really watch closely those temperatures to see where that dividing line is. Let's go ahead and take this full screen for you. Nope, that's not full screen. This is full screen. Let's go and take that full screen for you so you can see across the area, perhaps your hometown there. Okay, so as we move this forward, this is through 8:45. This is a difference here too. Now, the last time that we did this, let me move this so you can, I can show you. The last update, again, this forecast model updates every hour, okay? It's called the high resolution rapid refresh. And so it does a really good job with handling what's happening in the next few hours. That's why I'm using this model. That's why I'm showing you this pretty continuously. And this was actually this line right here, which is our freezing line, so snow, mix, liquid, okay? This was actually over here. That's why I stopped it at 8:45 earlier. So again, it's showing a little bit more efficiency with that cold air, and perhaps it wins out a little bit longer. That's not going to make a huge difference for us, but it is something that we're closely monitoring. And I'll tell you too, honestly, let's go ahead and move this back. I want to switch it back. The heavier blues in here, or the darker blues, that's moderate snow. This is light snow spreading eastbound through the morning hours, but moderate snow. There's even the potential, again, this is behind the scenes stuff here. There's even the potential for thunder snow. That's right, the rare meteorological phenomenon that all of us meteorologists, weather enthusiasts go crazy over, thunder snow. So we're keeping a close watch on that. I had a viewer ask earlier, is that severe weather associated with that? No, that's not the case. But heavy snow is normally associated with that, or at least moderate snow. And then also, and you can get 1 inch per hour, 1.5 inches per hour there as well. So let's go ahead and move this over. They're showing me on air right now on our, I just looked up and saw me. I was like, wait a minute, are we broadcasting this? No, they're just showing a replay of the 10 o'clock news. Just making sure I didn't hit the wrong button in here. Okay, so then now by 1:45, still showing a mix here closer to downtown. I don't think that's going to happen, but still some snow up to the north. I do think that's going to happen. So that's why we're having the higher snow totals, because that cold air to the north is more efficient and holds on. Then we'll just be continuing with a few scattered showers after that. This is the high range of the forecast models, upwards of about 5, 6, 7 inches. But again, this forecast model is notoriously wet, so that would mean higher totals than what actually is expected to happen. And I'm still on air, actually. Okay, so that again, that's not live. That's a replay that we're replaying on TV right now. But anyway, so again, maybe upwards of 4 inches for us here in downtown St. Louis. If you're over towards Washington, this forecast model shows 5.5 inches of snow. I don't see that happening. Washington, maybe a couple of inches there. So if you're hoping for like 8 or 9 inches, that's not going to happen there. But again, we could see 6, 7 inches up to the north, maybe even upwards of 8 for a few locations. Let's go and move this forward to our lower range totals. And again, this is actually slightly higher than what I showed you earlier. This is from the European forecast model. That's now showing 2.4. The European forecast model was most conservative with the snowfall totals across the region, and it looks like it's starting to move up just a little bit there. So that's something to keep an eye on. Again, this is the lower range. This is if this does not really perform well for our area. Farmington's still at about an inch, but that's still likely too high for even the lower range. If I'd seen that, I probably wouldn't have shown that, to be honest. All right, now let's go and pull up this is our actual forecast. And we've had this in place for the last 3 days or so. In fact, I'm literally showing it on TV right now. I wish I could show you that. Same graphic, no changes. We feel confident that this is about what we expect for our region. And with the shift somewhat in the forecast model data, I think the higher ranges here is in play. So up to 6 inches. I could even see, again, and I marked it here, locally higher amounts, but perhaps some 7 or 8 inch location, 7 or 8 inches in a few locations. I can't say 6, 7 because then everybody goes crazy. But 7 or 8 inches of snow possible there. Maybe upwards closer to 4 inches, especially a little bit further north, St. Charles County, Montgomery County, just maybe northern Clinton County. But anyways, 2 to 4 inches across the light blue shaded areas there too, and then up to 2 inches a little bit further down to the south. Okay, let's go back here. So again, travel impacts, snow-covered roads. If you got a flight on Saturday, well, hopefully you're not up this late. If you got an early morning flight, that's the most likely time to have issues there at the airport. Would probably be until about 10 a.m. or so with improving conditions, and even then it'd be de-icing maybe, or maybe just slower with if there's a heavier band of snow, that could slow down some things there as well. But again, slushy with ice. I want to emphasize this, folks. It's the busiest travel weekend of the year. Be very careful out there. There are people driving through our region who are not accustomed to ice, snow, anything like that. And so they can have some difficulties pretty quickly. So just take it easy, give yourself plenty of time. And if you can just stay at home, especially during the morning and the afternoon, early afternoon, just go ahead and do that. Okay, let's go ahead and pop this back up so it at least shows you that text line. Again, I've got a couple of questions here. So we're losing people. Why? Why do you think? Well, it's 1 a.m. That's why. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump over here. Short range models. First question here. Do you think we could see mesoscale banding after local snowfall totals? Short range models, huh? Okay. So, oh wait, hold on. There's another question from the same viewer here. So, how much confidence do you have in QPF placement given the mid-level frontogenesis band shifting a bit in the short range models? Okay, all right, so they came in as 2 texts. You think we could see? Yeah, we could see some mesoscale banding. So what we're talking about here is some heavier locally enhanced snowfall totals in some very, again, localized areas. I will say this, that to answer your question, it says Riley in Washington, to answer your question, yesterday's HRRR actually showed a lot of this, the high-resolution forecast model I showed you earlier. So we'll keep a close watch on that, and we'll keep you updated, Riley. I'll let you know about that. Again, we'll be on here with an hourly update at the top of every hour going for about 20 minutes or so. Okay, so next question here. Okay, thank you. Yes, no, we appreciate you tuning in. There's a nice little comment here. So we appreciate everybody who tunes in on these things. We spend a lot of time. And I'm telling you, hours and hours and hours. Every one of these forecast models that we look at, they update. Well, this one in particular right there, that updates every single hour. And we keep monitoring that. And we watch for the trends in the data. Is it going up? Is it going down? Is it moving in any direction? Is there any changes to the actual output? We look for those types of things. We also understand the model biases. Like this one normally is about 20% too, on average, about 20% too heavy in terms of snowfall potential on average. And honestly, it actually has a success rate of about 40%. But that's 2 different factors. Anyways, we take into account all this stuff. We spend a lot of time looking over the data, and so we really do appreciate it. I know you watching here tonight in the early morning hours, 1 a.m. on Saturday, means a lot to us. It means a lot to us. So we really appreciate that. All right, next question, and appreciate the nice comments there too. Do you think Granite City, Illinois could see 3 to 5 inches of snow? I want to check one thing real quick. I want to check y'all's temperatures here. Give me 1 second. Let's grab that. Let's see what you're starting at. Because if you're a little bit cooler, if you're in the mid-30s versus the upper 30s, which some locations are still holding on to the upper 30s. Yeah, 3 to 5. Okay, so here's the problem. This is what we run into. We run into this all the time. They get it on their phone apps, their Apple apps, and they say, well, my Apple says that we're going to get 3 to 5 inches. That's, you know how I've just talked about this? Let me switch this over so you can see it. You know how I just said that this forecast model runs wet about 20%, so it's got too much moisture in this, which is why the snowfall totals are too high in this forecast model run? The apps don't take that into account. We do a lot of work to make sure that we understand what the trends are doing. We do a lot of work to make sure we understand what the model biases are, and then we factor those out. So if I'm making a forecast, I call this the upper range because I know that this is the upper range. This is likely the highest that we'll get here in downtown St. Louis. And so we take that into account. The apps, the ones that say 3 to 5 inches of snow, do not at all. Shane says, go to bed, a little dusting, you'll be good, good night. Well, there will be a little dusting, down in the south especially. We expect that for sure. So, and we do. We hope it'll be just fine for everybody. I like the snow when I don't have to drive in it and can stay home. I agree 1,000%. I like the snow when it's done, so we're done having to go through everything here. It won't snow, so Eric says that it's not going to snow. So apparently Eric is not a huge fan of the snow. So Bill says, thanks, Lance, watching at American Airlines Tower in St. Louis. So hopefully you're warmed up there, and appreciate you tuning in again there, Bill. It means a lot to us. All right, let's go back. What about, okay, yeah, so this question's been posed a few times now. What about driving in from Chicago to St. Louis tomorrow or Sunday morning? Which would you recommend leaving on Saturday or Sunday? So I would suggest for sure Sunday. And the reason being is because, one, Illinois, and especially towards Chicago, they do a great job handling this, especially on your major interstates. And they're expecting upwards of a foot of snow up there, unless you ask Eric there, who says it's not going to snow. So I wouldn't want to be driving in this tomorrow. I think it's definitely safer on Sunday. And the problem is, too, is that while a lot of us are accustomed to driving in snow and we're okay with it and we don't really run into too many issues, it's the weekend after Thanksgiving. There's people up here in our region who maybe have never driven through snow, have never driven through ice. And so with that being said, it can be dangerous fairly quickly out there. So again, we want to take every precaution that we can. If it were me, if it were my decision, I would probably be leaving on Sunday at this point to give the crews the additional time to clear out those roads and make it a little bit safer. There will still be ice, there will still be snow, especially towards Chicago for sure. So it's still not going to be the cleanest route, but they do tend to hit those roadways, the interstates and the major highways, the major thoroughfares much earlier, of course, in the side streets. So once you get on the interstate there, more often than not, those are in good condition. We will keep you updated on that. Of course, you can check. And I'll say this too, if you pull up the Google Maps on there, normally if you just look along the route and then make sure that you have the speed enabled. You know how sometimes when you look at it, it's green or it's yellow or it's red or purple if it's like the road's closed. If you were to track that, and oftentimes when we're doing nowcasting for snow that's reaching the ground, during the daytime, I can't do this right now because there's enough cars out there, but during the daytime, one of the ways that I see if it's actually beginning to stick on the road is just by going to Google Maps and then scanning over to a region I'm looking at, because the entire roadway and then side streets will start to turn yellow because it's clear that people are starting to have issues on the roads, and Google Maps starts to ingest that data from your car when you're, well, not from your car, but from your phone while you're driving. And so it starts to show up there first. That's like the first way that we can determine that the snow is actually sticking to the roads. And you can see it. If we get a lot of snow tomorrow, then the whole city map will be yellow and orange. And so that's one of the ways. So if you're in Chicago, you're trying to figure out how is it on the way down, just scan down, look down the entire route, and you'll be able to determine that. And that'll improve as the day goes on Sunday. It should at least. All right. So, okay, we got one here. It's not loading yet. Give me a second. Again, we appreciate everybody for tuning in. I know it's late, and hopefully this is somewhat entertaining. I'm boring right now. I wish I had, well, one, I can't drink any more caffeine. It's too late for that. Let's come back over here. Let me show you that so you can at least see something moving behind me instead of just a blank screen there. Yeah, so Troy, Missouri, somebody's asking about Troy, Missouri. That's looking more like probably 2 to 4 inches of snow, maybe 1 to 3, depending. But you can see, I mean, it's starting to move into our region right here. Most of that on the leading edge is not making it all the way down to the ground. My phone's over there. I was going to check to see about the surface reports. Let's check and see if NW has anything. National Weather Service here. They had a 12:35 update, so that's the last update they've got for us. They've already seen. Wait, what? The parts of. Okay, so they've actually got some accumulations now. So some of this is, now granted it's not the leading edge, but some of this is making it down to the ground. They're showing some, already seen some minor accumulations over parts of northeast Missouri. So I'm assuming that means okay, all right, yeah, okay, well, good deal. So that I did not know, to be honest. So let's come back over here. So it looks like some of this is reaching down to the ground, not the leading edge, but right in here, beginning to push into our market. Gasconade County there, Montgomery County, Probably getting in on some of that, maybe as far north as Pike County. Rolla, I think you're just getting liquid precipitation at this point. I checked your temperatures earlier, you're at 39 degrees, so still a bit too warm for that. Okay, so again, we're going to start to see this continue to move eastbound. I'm going to be back on at 2 o'clock, and we'll give you another update there for what we're seeing on radar and then the forecast. If any changes, there's not going to be any changes. I'll give you a sneak peek on that. So if you're thinking about going to bed, there's no reason to stay up and wait on this. If you've got travel plans in the morning, I would suggest holding those off till the afternoon, especially on the roadways. Airport-wise, travel across the area, we're leaving the airport, could see some de-icing delays, could see some issues with the heavier bands if we get those at the airport during the morning hours. But again, improving conditions throughout the day, so check your app for that latest information on that. So for now, I'm going to turn this back over to our streaming platform. And we will check on, let's come back over to this. Okay, very good. And like I said, I'll be back on here at 2 o'clock. So if you are that bored and want to watch again at 2 o'clock for the latest update, I'm happy to be here with you. We'll have some other folks, I'm sure, who will jump back on here as well. But otherwise, we've got that next update, and then we will be rejoining you. Again, if I start to see anything more interesting in terms of we've actually got some real reports of snow coming down somewhere, or not real, you know what I mean, just like more reports of it, something that's more widespread in our western counties, then I might come on a little bit earlier, but I kind of doubt it. But otherwise, we'll see you at 2 o'clock again. Thanks again for tuning here on the 5+ app, on Facebook, and on YouTube. That was not the right graphic. Let's go to this one. Here we go. All right, folks, we have got the first reports of snow starting to come in. I am switching us over right now. There we go. We've got radar showing right now. Thanks for joining us here. It is 2 a.m. for your 2 a.m. update. Snow is moving in from the west, and it is a lot of it. Some of the heavier snow to the north. I'm taking my headphones out. Sorry about that. All right, thanks for joining us here on the 5 Plus app, on Facebook, and on YouTube. We've got, this is your last update from me. We'll rejoin additional updates later on, but here it is. We've got some snow moving in from the west. Let me get you where those reports of snow are right now. Troy's got some snow. O'Fallon, just west of you, has some snow. Union has, I believe that's going to be a wintry mix. Let me pull that up. Okay, so some ice pellets, so a little bit of grapple there. And then we've got some more, accumulating snow right now in Herman. This is going to be right here. So they've got accumulating snow, right? They've got heavy snow, in fact, moving into your location there in Gasconade County, and snow up to the northwest of Pittsfield. So that's going to be over there by I-72, which is pretty far up there, but I'm looking for some more. That's going to be northeast of Bowling Green. Looking for some more reports. I think that's all that I've got that's in brand new right now, but got some reports of accumulating snow right now near Herman. All right, that's right there, obviously, but right there on the map. You can see that's where the darkest blues are right now, so the heaviest snow making its way all the way down to the ground. A lot of this is evaporating at this hour on the leading edge, so you can see that moving through Franklin County, maybe over there in Washington, maybe some snow right there for you guys. But more is on the way, so let's go ahead and back that up now. In fact, you can see a lot more moisture back down to the southwest, moisture feeding up from the south, running into that cold air. So we're getting that right here in the area in eastern Missouri, western Illinois. It's on the way too. So let's get to it. So we're going to go over some forecast information, some of the updated snowfall totals. We'll check out the latest high-resolution forecast data, and we'll get into it. So I'm going to first pull this up. Let me see if we have any messages that have come in since our last update. We do not that I see, unless we might have. Let me see, that's going to update. Let me see if that'll download. It's not downloading. Okay. Let's see. Somebody sent something in. Okay, yeah. Play some Christmas music and get St. Louis excited for snow inbound. That's right. I agree 100%. Okay, let's get to the latest data. Right now, temperatures across the area for the most part in the mid-30s. St. Louis, we're 36 degrees. Sullivan, 37. St. Charles, 34. So that's above where we need to be for more widespread, heavier snowfall. But as that precipitation moves in from the west, we'll have an effect called evaporative cooling, meaning temperatures are expected to come down a few degrees as we move through the next few hours, and as that moisture moves into the area and that evaporative cooling takes place. Winter weather advisories down to the south in the purple shaded areas here does include St. Louis along I-70 to the west there, and then along and north of I-64 here through central Illinois. As we look to the north, you see winter storm warnings in effect from Greene County eastbound through Montgomery County right now at this hour. So still winter weather advisories, places like Calhoun County, Lincoln County, Pike County, over towards Montgomery County, Warren, St. Charles, St. Louis, eastbound in through Washington, Clinton, and then Bond, Marion, Jefferson, all of that there to the east, and the purple shaded areas there. Okay, this is one of the high resolution forecast models. It's really initializing quite well. This is now 2 a.m., and we're at 2 a.m. right now too. So you can see that's basically, I was just counting out where some of that snow has been reported. In fact, it's initializing well, but the rain snow line is a little bit too far north in this model. So what we can infer from that is that this really should be a little bit further south in terms of the blue, the snow that's falling. So that's something to keep in mind when we initialize data, when we're into the nowcasting phase from the forecasting phase, and we're looking at what's really going on. We look at those types of markers to say where the forecast model is getting it wrong at this point, and perhaps the cold air in this region is a little bit further south than what's showing up on the model. So perhaps it's even underplaying it just a little bit. I'm not saying major changes to the forecast there, but it is something to continue to watch. We'll put this in motion now. This is through 5:30 in the morning, so I advance this about 3 hours, and you can see that the snow line rather moves further south. Let's go and take this full screen so you can see your neighborhood or your community. And again, this is widespread light snow to the northeast, really into Illinois. This is more moderate snow on the Missouri side as this moisture lifts through the cold air into our region. So now we'll go from 5:30 in the morning on Saturday to now 8:45. Still very efficient. The cold air remaining locked in place here on the eastern side of Missouri in through Illinois. Now you're starting to get on some more moderate snow in towards places like Nashville, there in Washington County, Clinton County. You head north towards Montgomery County, some light snow falling there at this point. Again, 8:45 in the morning. You head back over to St. Louis, some heavier snow possible moving in from the west side there, moving through the county. And again, this is just a forecast model, but it is a depiction on what we expect over the next few hours. Now we'll advance this through the afternoon. This is likely to happen here too. The warm air surges north, and we're in the afternoon hours now, so the daytime heating, technically speaking, is ongoing. So we'll be in the upper 30s now for places like St. Louis, down to Crystal City, down to Farmington. And so you're looking more like liquid precipitation here, a mix perhaps, rain, sleet, and snow for places like St. Louis, still ongoing at 1:45 in the afternoon. More snow. That's where they have, the National Weather Service did a great job putting those winter storm warnings out for places like Greene County, over to Montgomery County. And again, those stay in effect here. That's where they could get the heaviest snowfall totals from this. Now we'll push this through, and you can see it changes over by 6 o'clock. It's really exiting our region. I didn't mean to go through that so fast at the end, but it exits our region by then. Okay, so this is the upper bound, the higher limits on what are potential snowfall totals for us across the region. This forecast model is slightly more aggressive than what's likely to take place. Let me go ahead and pop this up here too so you can see. I'm going to show you the text line. The text line's down there at the bottom of the screen. So if you want to text that number there, 314-425-5355, I'll get that message here. And then if you have questions about your area, I'll be happy to answer those. Again, it's 2 o'clock in the morning here on Saturday. These are our upper limited. These are the higher limits as to what potential snowfalls we could see across the area. So again, this is not a forecast. This is pure forecast model data, but it shows the higher end. If this system overachieves, this is what we can expect, up to 4 inches, perhaps towards St. Louis. I think that's probably 4.4 is a little bit too high. I'm limiting us at about 4 inches. Chesterfield 4.9, St. Charles 6, that's too high too. I would probably take those down by about 20%, but I'll still leave them right there. This is a different forecast model. This one continues to increase. Why did we just change graphics so quickly? Let me switch that over. Okay, I'm going to take this back full screen so I can show you. This continues to increase. This is the lower range total here, now showing up at 3 inches. This is forecast model data from the European forecast model. It's more accurate. It is still typically a little bit high on average for most systems, and I think it's doing that here as well. So perhaps taking a good 10 to 20% off of these figures, so maybe 2.5 inches in St. Louis would be the low end. And I really want to keep it at 2 inches of snow, because here's the other factor too. When it does snow, let's just say let's say this verifies, 3.1 inches in St. Louis. We're going to get that transition way more than likely into rain. You add the rain on top of the snow, it melts it quickly. So it's when you look outside, what should be, if there was no rain at all, would be 3.1 inches. But when you look outside, you're going to maybe see 2, maybe 1 inch of snow, depending on how heavy that rainfall is. So we expect that to happen too, that will eat into it. Now, technically speaking, we would still record it as 3.1 inches, but I know for a fact that if I say it's going to snow 4 inches and I get that forecast right, and then it rains and that brings it down to 2 inches, y'all are going to say we got 2 inches of snow, which I understand that too. I understand too, especially for folks who are excited about the snow. Okay, let this load up. This is our official forecast, up to 4 to 6 inches north of snowfall. I do think that the upper limits for those ranges are certainly within range. So up to about 6 inches of snow there. That's definitely a possibility. And I'm seeing your messages come in here. Ooh, oh, I wish I could pull this up on air. Somebody's sending a camera to us. I can't pull that up on air, but looks like they're showing some snowfall. Really appreciate you sending that in. I'm not sure who that is, but go to the menu cameras. I can't pull it up on air, so I'm not going to look at it right now, but I will look at it myself because I want to see the snow. If you go to the MDOT website, traveler.modot.org/map. Of course, you don't want to leave this stream, but if you want to afterwards, you can look at some cameras. So if you just Google Missouri DOT cameras, it'll probably be one of the first 2 or 3 links that pop up. So just a thought there for you, but of course, don't leave us yet. We're going to talk more about the snow. 2 to 4 inches of snow in the lighter blue shaded areas. I still think that the 4-inch mark is definitely a real possibility, even for us here in downtown St. Louis. I mean, the forecast model data that I've been watching, some of the high resolution stuff that's more accurate, it's definitely more real-time scenario. It's tending to show some of the higher amounts moving southward. I say that with caution. I'm not saying that we're moving this blue line down to St. Louis, but I am saying that the upper ranges on these estimates are possible with locally higher totals. I do think that's possible. I also think we've been looking at some of the data, and there's a chance that we could get some isolated thunder snow after about 5 a.m. or so. So we'll keep an eye on that, especially for our westernmost counties there. Winter storm travel impacts. If you're headed to the airport in the morning, hopefully you're already asleep because it's 2:15 in the morning right now. But if you're headed to the airport in the morning, then for the most part you'll be okay. But we could see some delays for de-icing. We could see some delays if a heavier band of snow goes over the airport due to reduced visibility out there. It's possible. It's not all that likely, but it is possible. So you'll want to keep advised on that. Of course, we'll be here. Gary and Tracy are coming in. They're going to be keeping you updated as this system moves into the area. Let me see if I can pull up. I wish I could show you a camera on here. I mean, I can't on this system. I can over there, but I can't on this system right now. But limited, it's just me tonight, right? Because it's 2 a.m. in the morning. And I'm getting word that my laptop is running low on battery. Okay. Oh, good. So whoever sent me that picture right there from that, they got snow on the ground. Okay. This is going to be High Hill on 70 halfway to Columbia. So they've got snow on the ground. Let me try to, that's a pretty good amount of snow. That's pretty much street-covered snow. Wow, look at that. That's great. Okay. If you want snow. Okay, let me go back to this. If you don't want snow, this is awful. This is terrible. Okay. Let me pull this back up. I want to show you about where that is on the map. Thank you so much. Whoever's watching who sent that in, you're a hero. I really appreciate it. That makes my life a lot easier. And wow, what a great view there. So again, there's a little bit of snow coming in. This is going to be, okay, so I-70, I'm sure that's I-70. So it's going to be right in this general area. Let's try to find it. It's 2 a.m. in the morning. Let's find it. Okay. This is going to be, oh, okay. Is that what that's called there? Oh, you got more snow. Ooh, heavy snow coming down there. Wentzville Parkway, I-70, Wentzville Parkway. So, again, these are really, and you're sending these in left and right. These are awesome. Well done. Much, much, much appreciated. Okay, I'm trying to find, okay, this is going to be further west. Right? we're looking for it. It's on I-70, okay? There's I-70 right there, and it's right along there somewhere. Wentzville was the last picture. Yeah, Wentzville's got some heavy, looks like snow. I mean, that could be a mixed precipitation. Honestly, it probably is, because it looks like that's some liquid mixing in there. Yeah, it looks like liquid mixing in, but definitely snow in that picture there too. So again, safety first. Be safe on the roads out there, because this is moving in quickly. And what you're seeing here, you see how it's yellow right there? Normally we talk about that with very heavy rain. What the radar is doing, it's actually picking up on sleet. That could actually be likely some sleet mixing in here. I mean, you're looking at multiple levels of the atmosphere, because the radar beam goes up the further that you're away from the radar. And so the further that you're away from the radar is higher up in the clouds. So you're looking at multiple layers the further that you go, lower levels near the radar, and then higher levels as you get further away. So it's probably picking up on some sleet mixing. Matter of fact, I know it is. Matter of fact, here, let's do this. This will be fun. Okay, we're going to go to, I hope this is fun. This is fun for me, I can tell you that. Let's go down here. Again, safety first on the roads. Be very, very safe out there. Of course, I mean, most everybody watching is good with, is good with driving in the snow, but because you've been from around here for a while. Yeah, Winfield coming down pretty heavy right now. So yeah, we've got some good snow in some areas. Thanks, Alan. Appreciate that. Alan, I hope I got to your question earlier about Troy. Okay, so what we're looking at here, now this is the debris tracker. We're not tracking any type of severe weather, no tornadoes, anything like that. But the reason I'm pulling this up is because what we're looking at, and I'm going to explain, I promise. Give me 1 second. I just want to check. Let's go back over here to this now. Okay. Whew, that's interesting. Okay, let me come back down here. Let's go back to debris. I promise you I'm about to give you an answer as to why I'm looking at it. It's really interesting, actually. What's the radar angle? Let me check on this. No, not you. I want to go down to radar angle. I want to make sure I'm looking at the lowest level. There's a reason we're doing this, I promise. Okay. So the radar, when we're looking for debris in the atmosphere, we're looking for irregular objects. Raindrops actually, hopefully this isn't boring, but raindrops, when they fall through the sky, they actually fall flat. They look like pancakes when the radar is looking at them, and they're pretty much all within a small space, a larger space sometimes, but they're pretty much all the same dimensions too. So they're about the same size, same height, same width, but they fall flat because they are falling against wind resistance, air resistance. They look like pancakes if the radar is looking into the actual raindrop coming down. Snowflakes are the same way. They're about the same size in a smaller area. So everything here is about the same size. Here, where you're seeing some of these yellows mixing in the radar, it's picking up on sleet, some heavier sleet, probably especially west of Herman right now. You've probably got a batch of sleet moving in there. So this looks like all snow to me. But it's weird, though, because normally you've got that sleet mixing up in the front. That's probably just a heavy band of precipitation with some sleet mixing in there. That's got to be it. Let's come back over here to this. Well, it's on the lighter side, so maybe it's picking up on a little bit of a mix in there. Look at south of Herman. That's definitely got some sleet mixing in. So you can see right here, see where these darker oranges are? That's picking up on higher reflectivity, which we would normally equate with larger raindrops. But in this case, as we look at this, let's come back down here, okay? And I know this is showing liquid and snow, but as we move this over to debris, what we're actually picking up on is more likely than not, that's a pocket of sleet mixing in there, so you've got different shapes now. Remember I mentioned the shapes of a falling raindrop? They're typically like a pancake. Whenever you have some sleet mixing in with that, it's a different size, different shape, and so the radar is picking up on those differences here, what we call the correlation coefficient. All that means is just that the dimensions of that object are different, so it's all pancakes here or it's all snowflakes here. This is a mix of sleet and pancakes, or sleet and snow. So anyways, interesting stuff. The radar picks up on all these different features, and we look at all of that. We normally, honestly, what I expected to see was basically a ring around here with liquid at the base and then snow back behind it, but it looks like it's pretty much all coming in as frozen at this point, because let me see if the reports indicate the same. I mean, yeah, because we got snow falling in West St. Louis right now. Snow is beginning to fall right now. We've got reports coming in of snow falling in West St. Louis. Now, it's not showing up on radar at this point, but I've got multiple reports. O'Fallon, this is all reaching the ground now. O'Fallon. Normally what we were expecting was that this would be evaporating on the leading edge, but it looks like, based off the data that we're looking at right now, that we're getting our first reports of snow, and we've got, human confirmation, ground surface confirmation here of snow falling now in O'Fallon. So that's interesting that it's coming in as snow. And again, this report came in the last 5 minutes. So as of 2:21, O'Fallon, you have snow. It is reaching your area right now. St. Louis, you're on the doorstep there. Arnold, just off to your west. Washington, you've got likely a mix of precipitation right now. I've got a new report here coming in near Union. That's going to be ice pellets, so likely sleet coming in there. I've got a new report now. This one is going to be near Troy. All snow. Snow coming in near Troy. That's showing up on radar there too. And if we switch this back to debris tracker mode, we can see it's pretty uniform throughout. So some pockets of sleet in here too. But for the most part, it looks like this is all coming into snow right off the bat. And if we go back to that forecast model, remember what we were talking about earlier with how we initialize it? We look at what's happening in real time. And that's fairly accurate, but it's showing more liquid precipitation out ahead of it. That's inaccurate. So it's showing more snow based off of our real-time reporting from the ground, showing more snow now moving in with this system on this leading edge. So that's something to be taken into account. So what that would mean is that perhaps the first part of this is not actually being recorded as snow, so our snowfall totals might be slightly higher. Not a significant change, but slightly higher there. This is all more just meteorological stuff here. I need to, I'm going to have to figure that out. I'm not going to be able to get to your questions for a minute here. In fact, I'm going to take this back full screen, and we're going to back this back up. And this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it back on, I don't even know where I was whenever I came off of, when I was in that presentation. Oh, here we go. I was showing you this. Let me pull this up real fast. This is going to be our bust or boom potential. I'm going to pull this up. I'm going to go ahead and show you that full screen, because I need to grab my charger actually from my laptop, because it has no more energy, no more power to it. So let's grab that. Sorry if this makes a noise here as I unplug this. But so those are our boom or bust potentials. I will say that the bust potentials, we're kind of out of the range of that even happening right now. The boom potentials, I think, are likely exaggerated. They're not impossible, but the likelihood of those figures actually happening is less than 5%, I would say. But what we have in the center of each area is definitely showing up more possible as we get into this storm now. Some things are starting to verify the way that we would kind of want to see them verify in order to hit these marks. And I'll be honest with you too, the figure on the right within the most likely, so for instance here in St. Louis at 3 inches, that is looking more likely than not here at this point. Now again, I do want to emphasize that we still expect that the warm air will eventually wind back out later in the morning hours, and we'll start to see some of that transition back over into liquid. So you get 2 inches of snow on the ground, you get some heavy rain possibly on top of that, and that means that 2 inches looks like 1 inch very quickly. And I'm logging back in. Give me a second here. I need to, let's go and do that. I'm logging back in so I can pull up your text messages. I apologize. I did not mean for that battery to, didn't realize it was that low. So anyways, we're watching some of this moisture now moving in from the west, and this isn't it either. We'll back out here so you can see There's a lot more back behind it. When we're looking at this one radar right here, this is just from the radar here in St. Louis. And so whenever I back this out, this actually takes into account all the radars across the region. So you can see there's a lot more moisture that we'll be contending with from this system. This system is still in its developmental phase. We've been watching this develop now for the last probably 8 hours or so. We've been watching it in the forecast data for, it feels like weeks at this point, but it's been really since Sunday night is when this first really started to show up. Okay, so yeah, getting some of those reports here. So that's pretty cool that we're already seeing some of that. If you want the snow, if you don't want snow, this is awful, terrible, but it looks like for snow lovers out there, this is starting to really verify nicely. Starting to see some of that. Again, I think this freezing line is probably pretty accurate down here, but really anything east of that at this hour right now is certainly coming down as snow. But if you look for ground accumulations, one of the issues with that too is that you need to have, heavy snow beats warm ground accumulation, see, I can tell it's 2 a.m. because I'm mixing up my words there. But heavy snow beats warm ground temps every time. And so when we get the heavier snowfall, which is really still back here, and we're seeing that. We just saw that actually. Let's go back to, I can't pull this up on air right now, but we had a viewer who sent this in, Jesse. So Jesse sent this in. Thank you very much to Jesse out there. Sent this in that had a pretty decent amount of snow on it. So, and that's where, all right, in Wentzfield, I got a report here from a viewer. Entire front yard is covered since the last message, which was 11 minutes ago. Entire front yard is covered. So it's covered there in Winfield. Winfield, it is coming down pretty hard. Wow. So, all right, so this is coming down pretty efficiently. Again, we'll continue to watch this expand and overtake the rest of the region here in Missouri, and then ultimately in through Illinois. Let me give you your snowfall totals here again, and we can go and pull that up so you can see those. Light flurry in northern Montgomery. Okay, let's go back to that. I want to see what it looks like on radar because I kind of want to know what's reaching the ground and what's not. Thank you for that report. So a light snow flurry now ongoing there in northern Montgomery County. That's under the winter storm warning right now. So again, it's probably right up in here, and unless that was northern Montgomery on the Missouri side, which it could have been, but I mean, you got snow. I think it would be heavier there, but we'll say that's actually reaching the ground up there in northern Montgomery County. I don't know if that's on the Illinois side or the Missouri side, but let's check Facebook real quick, see if we got any other reports coming in from folks right now. Okay, so Brad's asking how many inches of snow. Well, Brad, it's going to be this graphic here. Let me pull that back up for you. I'll take that full screen so you can see that most easily. Depending on where you are, of course, higher totals to the north. Snow accumulating in Troy. We've got snow accumulating in Troy. Where is it on the Illinois side? We're expecting that to arrive, Emily, but that's going to be later on. Unfortunately, right now, Jesse, I can't pull up. Okay, so Jesse, you're the one who sent that picture in a few moments ago for us. And again, we really appreciate that from MoDOT. And I can't pull it up on this camera right now where I'm at using this system in particular. But we really appreciate that information. So again, these are our snowfall totals, what we expect over the duration of this event. And this event is really just getting started now. So this is going to take a little while for all this to get here, especially if you're on the Illinois side, at least a few more hours as this continues to move eastbound. So let's pull this back up again. Let me check text here. Okay, Illinois side. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. Yeah, so Montgomery looks like they've got some of this is actually reaching the ground, which is great information. That's honestly very helpful to know because the air is still dry over here, but if it's still able to make it down to the ground, that's good to know because that means that most of it won't be evaporating. It looks like most of this is actually making its way all the way down to the surface. Let me check some of this other data real fast. Okay. Yeah, so this is coming in pretty well now. So we're starting off. This is about right on time, actually. I mean, the forecast models have nailed it with the timing on this. If they've nailed it on the precipitation totals, then our totals might need to go up a little bit, but I don't think that's, I still feel very confident with what I just showed you a moment ago. But we'll zoom on in, so let's go and take a tour real quickly here. St. Clair on the Missouri side, you can see some of the heavier snow there across pretty much all of Franklin County, up towards Washington right now. You've probably got some snow falling down there as well. So they're in Franklin County, and then we'll head over to St. Charles over on the west side there. Starting to get some snow over towards O'Fallon. Remember, we had a few reports of snow making all the way down to the surface in O'Fallon just a few minutes ago there too. Troy, we had some reports from some viewers there on that too. So starting to come down. Probably light flurries down south right now. Iron, you're already probably getting some of that too. I mean, I don't have any reports of that as of now. If you're down there, look outside, let me know. Now we're up to 6 reports of snow between St. Charles County and St. Louis County. So, oh great, and if you can send some pictures in. Now, to be honest with you, I'm not going to be able to get them on here right now, but just to be honest, just to be straight up with you, there's somebody saying they're going to send a picture into the snow when it's coming down good. I'm not going to be able to get it up right now on here, but the morning show folks will probably like that for air, so they might be able to get that on there. But I'll tell you this, it's going to be hard to compete with some of these snow-covered pictures too. All right, let's move back north. Rolla, you've got some sleet moving in. That's some heavy sleet right now over in Rolla. You've got it right on your doorstep right now. So we'll move up again through Gasconade County, Franklin County. Wait, where am I? Yeah, Gasconade, Franklin County. Some moderate snowfall on the western side of Franklin County there. Maybe some moderate into the central part of the county there towards Washington as well. All right, let's move this over. That's probably a lot of sleet up toward, maybe not. Troy, you've got some heavier precipitation coming down now, it looks like, where you are. There's a little bit of a batch really between Bowling Green and Troy that looks like it's probably the heaviest. I'm looking at multiple products here to keep you updated on this. But again, it's moving in from the west. We've already given you the snowfall totals, what we expect. I'll show you that here in a moment too, just in case somebody just joined in. But I know it's also 2:30 in the morning now, so not a lot of folks are logged on here. Okay, so they've got snow reported there. From the National Weather Service, snowfall is starting to accumulate in Wentzville and Union. Salem Fire is reporting, looks like they've got a structure fire going on there. I thought they were reporting snow. That could be a small, I'm not sure. I don't know any details on that. Light snow falling in St. Paul as well. And yeah, they've got snow falling there at the office in Weldon Springs. So, all right, well, it's arriving on time, so this is kind of what we expected here. This is in line with the forecast. So, as a meteorologist who studies a lot of forecast model data, it is great to see that what we expected is beginning in terms of that. Of course, we want everybody to be very safe. And I will say the temperatures are already starting to fall. Let's come back over here to that. Let's show you the latest on that. You can see across the area, again, St. Louis, we're at 36. But I've got different data sites here that I'm looking at through a little bit different product, and several locations are down to 35 and 34. And so some of these numbers will likely update and come down a little bit there too. So back to the west where this is all falling as snow, they're down in the low 30s there too, so that makes sense. Sullivan's probably about 34 right now. That'll update in the next few minutes. Again, winter storm warnings to the north from Greene County. This is all on the Illinois side over to Montgomery County. Winter weather advisories down south. It does include Metro St. Louis, the metro area here. Really I-64 points northward, I-70 points northward there in Missouri. So again, we've got, let's come back over here to the text line, see if we've got any questions on anything. Nothing new coming in there. So, all right, so starting to come down, so that's good. So what we're going to do now is we will I'll show you this one more time in case you're just tuning in, you didn't see it a minute ago. Okay, that's your advisory and warning information here on the snowfall totals. And these are not easy forecasts. I mean, it's easier to forecast severe weather, to be honest. And so this is what we expect here. I mean, a little bit of snow down in the south, up to 2 inches from Perry County up through St. Genevieve, St. Francis, Washington, Crawford, northeastern Crawford County, that is. Gasconade, I tell you what, I mean, up to 2 inches now seems like the majority of Gasconade County at that point, especially the northern half. Franklin County, up to 2 inches there as well. Certainly not out of the realm of possibilities of hitting that 2 inch mark there either. St. Louis, we're somewhere between 2 and 4 inches. I still think that between 3 and 4 is probably most likely. 4 to 6 inches up to the north, Greene, northern Calhoun, Pike, all the way over to Montgomery, and perhaps as far south as northern Bond, northern Madison counties, northern Fayette County. Locally higher amounts up really on the northernmost areas of Greene County, northern tier of counties there. So I'm trying to pull up, let me see if I can pull up any more traffic cameras here. But yeah, we're starting to get it, starting to come down. So do want to advise folks now as we, okay, so I'm getting word now. Well, I haven't seen that. Appears that NWS St. Louis perhaps increased the winter weather advisory from 2 to 4 inches to 3 to 5. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'm going to double check that. But that easily might be accurate. I certainly would not put it past them right now because it is coming in. We had initially thought that a lot of this on the leading edge would be evaporating because of the dry air at the surface. While it is still dry, it's moistening up pretty quickly. So we could be a little bit more efficient with snowfall than what we've seen so far. So let me check one more thing here. Yeah, I mean, we've got scattered snow reports coming in. 34 degrees there near Jerseyville, 32, 33. Okay. So, again, this is looking more and more likely that this will actually play out the way we had expected. You always kind of wonder until these things really start going, but we're shifting into a nowcasting type episode here. So this is going to be my final update on the night. Time right now is going to be 2:40 in the morning. And so we're going to go ahead and wrap it up from my side of things, honestly, because I've been here since about noon today. So I need to get home and get to sleep because I've got the evening shows now Saturday night. So tonight, looks like we got a lightning strike somewhere. Oh, that's going to be way down here. Okay, that's over towards Springfield. I was about to say. Do we have thunder snow right now? No, we don't. They have thunder rain in Springfield. Okay, so again, we'll continue to monitor here. Gary's on his way in, and he'll be able to keep you updated here as the evening and the overnight goes along. For now, I'm going to go ahead and turn this back over to our streaming program that'll show you the watches, warnings, and everything else we've got going on. So I'm going to go ahead and switch this back over. But again, thank you very much for spending your time with us. I know obviously it's late in the night, the overnight hours, but we enjoy doing this, keeping you advised. We always believe that if you have the most information, you can make the most informed decisions. We want everybody to be safe. And so tomorrow there will likely be some snow-covered roads, especially north for places like Lincoln, over to Jersey, over to Montgomery counties there, northern Fayette, possibly northern Effingham County too in Illinois. And so we want people to be safe, and we want you to know that that's a possibility. So you might need to adjust your travel plans. We easily could see some of the heavier snow as far south as northern portions of St. Charles County, northern portions of Madison, Bond. That would mean upwards of 4 inches of snow there in those locations. So again, we'll keep a close watch on this. Gary's on his way in. Tracy's going to be in as well. She'll be on the roads covering this as well as we move through the next 24 hours. So again, thanks again for joining us here. If you got a flight, keep an eye on that as well. But otherwise, like I said, I'm going to switch this back over to our looping mode, and I thought I was on there the whole time. But I'm going to switch this back over to our looping mode so that it'll keep you updated here as well. So if you want to tune in, and again, Gary will be back with some updates once he gets back. Once he gets here to the station, he's the next shift up, and mine is a few hours overdue. So I'm going to head home and get prepared for tonight. Of course, we'll have crews on throughout the day today. So be safe again, and be conscious of the fact that regardless of the fact that there's some wintry precipitation moving through, it is Saturday, it is Sunday, right after Thanksgiving, meaning a lot of people will be on the roads. There'll be a lot of people who have not been accustomed to driving in ice and snow, and so just be conscious of that. Give yourself plenty of time. If you have the ability to stay at home today, do that. If you need to, if you're looking at scheduled times for being out on the road, late in the day today, so late on Saturday, is probably best to allow the DOT to work the roads and get them as clear as possible. And then Sunday will be better too. Still some icy patches, but Sunday will be better too. But okay, well, thanks again for joining us here tonight. I'm going to sign off. I'm going to put us back on the streaming, and we'll see you tonight. I'll be back in 12 hours getting ready for the evening shows.
1, 2, 3. All right, buddy. Can you hear me? That's fine. I am good. There you are. Yeah. Got it. Okay, thank you. Yeah, good morning, guys. Weather Impact meteorologist Gary Frank here on a Saturday morning. Got my drinks here, got a little hot cup of coffee, and if you haven't poked your head outside the window, let me tell you what, it's all covered in snow here for the most part, and that's what we're looking at. The big story, you can see the snow behind me. As I put this on more of a full screen for you here, we wanted to talk about this coming up before 6 o'clock. You'll see this wide area of snow as advertised continues to push through the region. And I'll loop this just to kind of show you the last 6 hours of when this kind of settled in. You'll notice that, yeah, for the most part, we've had some pretty good snow that's moved through the area. Now, here's where we are right now. I'll switch radar products for you as we continue. I got to switch it. You'll see at least this is kind of a look before it transitions to see what it looks like. This is, if it were rain, just, you know, before the radar translates it for me, that's how significant it is, right? We got some pretty good pockets of rain. Here, let me switch it to precip type, and you'll see that right around there, we've got some pretty good, we got some pretty good spots here where, yeah, there's some pretty good snowfall rates. And right along this band here from Cuba, Bourbon, and Sullivan, to me, that's where we're seeing some of the heaviest snowfall. That's where the 1+ inch per hour snowfall rates that I'm talking about are. You can really see that when it switches from back and forth from at least precip types here. Right about in here, as we look at this from a standpoint of what's happening here, I'm going to pause and save this one, and let's look at a couple of cameras here. As you know, we can look at Missouri Botanical Garden right there. You'll see that, honestly, that looks very picturesque. I mean, that's about as picturesque as it gets here as well. And then also, you know, downtown, we can switch that as well. You got a look at downtown. The birds are there. The visibility is okay for now, but like I said, it depends on where we want to go, because I can pop through several of these here as you'll see. Watch what it looks like at, we'll flip the airport on. This will gradually work its way on, right? The snow is coming down about everywhere, but look at the airport. I mean, the visibility is down for sure. Even in Chesterfield, same kind of thing. I'm going to look at Arnold in a second, and look at Chesterfield. That's a higher camera, but look at Arnold. I mean, it is coming down pretty good in Arnold. So, you know, we got some pretty good snowfall right now. Now, one thing I can tell you from driving here, another look at Main Street, St. Charles, and the Raceway. It's snowing about everywhere. I'll pop back on this for me here. It's snowing about everywhere, right? It's a matter of what we're going to see the rest of the next several hours, right? So as I get a little warm cup of coffee, let's settle in and talk about this. Actually, let's take a look at Kirkwood Farmers Market, just because that also looks picturesque, and I wanted you to see it with the Christmas trees before it eventually goes away, right? It's going to coat the trees, right? I think that's the thing you're going to notice. It coats the trees, and here's what's focused on right now, what the radar is doing and where we're going to see temperature-wise, because temperatures right now around 32, 31 degrees. The big story is, when do we transition to this part of it where the rain is? Now, this is warmer air that's going to settle in. You'll see that here. Now, it's also feeding in moisture ahead of this colder air, which I'll put on just from a standpoint of locally where our temperatures are around freezing at this point. Now, see, I got a little more coffee here. 31 in Alton, 31 in Granite City, but look at 34 in Washington, right? So that makes a difference to me. And from that standpoint, that's kind of what we're looking at here. From where we are in the near freezing mark, I'm going to pull this out a little bit. Generally, I can do that. And you'll see the difference between these two air masses here where, yeah, it's in the 30s here, 31 around the city, But even as I zoom out, look at what's going on. You'll see where that warmer air is coming from. This is what's coming in gradually throughout the day right here, right? So as we look at this particular spot right here, this is what's coming in. This warm plume of air is coming in throughout the day. That's what's going to send our temperatures continuing to rise as we head into the afternoon hours. So yeah, we have this colder air, this warmer air that's in between, and that's why this is the snow zone here. So as I look at our satellite and radar, once again, I'm going to pull this up here so you can see the difference between where we are snow-wise and when that transition makes its case into the area, right? You're not seeing quite as much snow from Sparta, but like I said, pretty much anywhere in this darker shade here, and I haven't even transitioned my banner yet for the winter here. But even this rain snow mix here, it's still coming down and showing up as flakes. Now, I will let's look at our current road conditions too, because this generally kind of paints a pretty good picture as it loads. It's going to take a second to load. There's a lot of data on this map. But I can tell you, okay, so there you go from driving in. Illinois side, it's mainly clear. Missouri side, the roads are covered or partially covered. So yeah, there's some, it's slushy from my experience driving in, and also on the bridges and overpasses. That's where it was icy, right? So we're going to watch that specifically. Now, one thing you notice as well is look to the south. You can tell there's a pretty well-defined line to the south where, yeah, somewhere it's a little bit milder, temperatures are just a little bit above freezing, so you're not having those issues. But once you get down to Sullivan, like I said, it's right that area where we're starting to see those heavier snowfall rates. Now, one key behind it, roads are clear. And for me, what you'll see is the fact that we have temperatures that are warmer behind that. So let's look at Futurecast here to give us an idea of what's going on here, because we continue to focus on what's happening in the next several hours, right? So let's start off with 5:15, because that's kind of where we are right now. Let's go over the next several hours. 6, 7, 8 o'clock. Still snowing, right? We haven't changed all that much. That line remains there as we continue to just get some of the snow. Now, our temperatures around freezing, but watch as we get to 9, 10, 11 o'clock as it wants to turn more to a rain-snow mix. That is a key transitional period, because when we do that, that's when we're going to start to see less impacts on the roadways. Of course, also, the other key factor, too, that we don't think about as much because, it's 5:30 in the morning, is when the sun rises, even if we don't see it, there still is radiation coming in from the sun. That does make a difference when we're around freezing. So that's another key factor. Now, notice by noon, we start to transition to more of that rain-snow mix throughout the area. It'll zoom by me just because I have this graphic pretty long. But watch where that snow continues to push up by 1:30, 2 o'clock. As we go to the north, 33, 34, 35, you'll notice that a lot of us are going to kind of get rid of the snow pretty quickly. But it's still actively raining. And so this is going to be a pretty good soaking rain and snow for some of us here throughout most of the day. Behind it, it gets cold in a hurry. So you're going to look at conditions that go from 37, it quits raining, to 2 hours later, we're freezing. And I think we're going to see a pretty quick refreeze of a lot of this stuff. So that's the other thing. Let's look at the radar and kind of zoom around to some of the spots that I think are raining the heaviest. And I'll turn the lightning counter on for us for fun. Let me see if I can, one thing I'm going to change the banner. I think I can do that. I'm going to change this banner here real quick because and I'll do that later because it's just much easier. But I want to see if are there any areas of lightning. And it wouldn't surprise me throughout the region that there are. I just haven't seen them yet. It doesn't want to pop up for me there. I don't know why the lightning counter doesn't want to pop up. Maybe there are none. Maybe it doesn't come up when there's none at all. But anyway, I wouldn't be surprised to see if there's a random rumble of thunder right along this line right here. It wouldn't surprise me just based on what I see. But you'll notice that there's some pretty good snow here. It doesn't really matter where we are. And as I loop this even the last 30 minutes or so, you'll notice that it's all this moisture that's running in that same line. To me, between now and about 8:30, 9 o'clock, we're going to get the bulk of our snow here. So as we look to the north, you'll see as I switch his radar products, it's snowing a little harder from Litchfield, Vandalia. You'll keep in mind, like we said, this is unchanged from overnight. We still remain in that either winter weather advisory or winter storm warning, depending on where you are, right? You'll notice that St. Louis area, right along the I-70 corridor, that's where you're under that winter weather advisory. Otherwise, to the north, Litchfield, Carrollton, areas to the north, that's where you're under that winter storm warning. That's where the higher snowfall rates are going to be and higher snowfall totals, purely because of the fact what I mentioned off to our southwest, we have more cold air that is being replaced by that warm air. So that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. It's actively snowing there. These counties are going to see a pretty steady diet of that. And I would think that includes Vandalia as well. I could even say it includes maybe Staunton. You're kind of right on the line. So to me, that's what we're dealing with here at this point as we continue to focus on some of the next several hours. The other thing that I think is important, look at our current wind speeds and gusts. Some of our current wind gusts, they're going to be blowing this stuff around at a pretty good clip here, as we have wind gusts at about 13 miles an hour. No big gusts at the moment, but for the most part, we're going to continue to look at for the most part, a wide area of snow that pushes through the area. So, like I said, the back edge of this, you'll see there's more rain. The whole core of where this system is right about here, right? As long as this is around here and we're getting into the cold side of things, well, this eventually is going to push this warmer air that it's in right here, right about here. And that's where eventually we're going to see this transitional period to warmer air. Like I said, as we look ahead the next few hours, let's look at this precip timeline. And this has kind of remained unchanged from what we've talked about this week, right? You go from snow to rain and snow, and I think it'll change to more rain later on in the afternoon as well. I think that's going to be a big part of what we do is change to rain. Now, other spots, not quite as impacted by it right now, but let me switch to Farmington. Farmington, you're getting some snow right now, but you're still going to transition from rain to snow, then eventually rain. You will see temperatures get closer to 40 throughout the day. As I pull up Futurecast, you can really take a look at that. I think that's where you'll notice. Watch as we pause here, 9:45, 10 o'clock, around freezing, midday, 12 o'clock, around freezing. You're continuing to see, look at those temperatures in Farmington come up. Look where we are in Litchfield, we're still freezing, right? So to me, that's a main key component. Look at those warmer temperatures, low 40s in Rolla. So regardless, at some point, this is not something that you're going to have to shovel. For one, the pavement is wet, but we have high snowfall rates that are overcoming that right now. And that's what we're continuing to monitor here as we look ahead, because I do think that we still are dealing with these high snowfall rates and pre-dawn hours. But once we get to 7:30, 8, 9 o'clock, typically that's where I think we're going to continue to look at, that transition to more rain, especially once the sun rises and we see more of that rain-snow mix line. You'll see, because I think from Breeze, Carlisle, Alton, I've kind of drawn like a rough estimate, all week long. And even somebody pointed online that looked like a tire track, which I appreciate because I was just using different dotted lines. But to me, it's this transitional line. Look where this is at about 2:30, 3 o'clock. That transitional line where we've transitioned all the way to rain, maybe a few flakes mixing in. I still think that overall, this has been a pretty good map. I think this is probably where we are. I don't know how much snow we've gotten right now. I didn't go out and measure it, truthfully. I got up and came here. But I still think that this lines up pretty well, right? There are pockets of heavier snow. Our temperatures are at freezing, and the longer they stay at freezing, the more likely we are to see that stick, especially in the grass. However, as we continue to focus on what's happening here over the next several hours, what you'll notice is the fact that we're going to continue to see more of that transition to rain. So if you don't get out and measure this before noon in some cases, you're not really going to measure it at all, because I do think that we're going to see more of this here from a standpoint of, like I said, you've got this rain and snow mix that is kind of hanging out throughout the area. So to me, this is what we're after. Over the next several hours, we're going to continue to look at this rain-snow mix that settles into the region. And, for the most part, we're still looking at some pretty good snow throughout the region. So, like I said, the next 2 hours will be vital in terms of our snowfall accumulation. That's what we continue to monitor here at this hour. And like I said, we will monitor this and have updates as we look ahead on 6 o'clock hour, live on the air, and we'll be streaming for the next 4 hours and update you on the snow. Do you want me to, as I'm using Max 1, do you want me to pull this up on Max 2? What do you want me to do or do you mind that I'm like editing my show for the next half an hour on the, or is the stream done, or is it continuous, or what are you going to put on there? Perfect. Thank you. Didn't know if that was, he had put that on 1 as well, so I didn't know if that was perfect. Thank you.